Wow, vilken publik! Helt fantastiskt. Varmt välkomna till den här dagen som bjuder på ett fullspäckat och spännande schema som ska ge oss inspiration i hur AI kan användas i filmens värld. Med min bakgrund inom digitalisering och inom industrin har jag jobbat med digitalisering och AI i över 20 år och har sett hur utvecklingen nu går i rasande tempo och påverkar hela industrin. Som styrelseordförande anser jag att det är mest naturliga att Filminstitutet erbjuder en plattform för den här viktiga frågan. Och när jag har träffat branschen så har AI varit en av de mest centrala frågorna för samtliga. AI slår igenom och påverkar på så många olika områden och branscher. Möjligheterna är stora, men det finns givetvis hot och risker. Vissa förespråkar till och med att utvecklingen bör pausas. För att det går för fort, men framför allt för att det är oreglerat kring etiska frågor och andra viktiga aspekter som integritet. Vem äger IP-rättigheterna? Blir mänskligheten överkörd? Ja, det finns många frågor här. Det kan även bli farligt för oss som samhälle när användarna inte riktigt hänger med. Vad gäller egentligen? AI är relativt nytt för gemene man, men har funnits länge i många olika former. Och just nu utvecklas det i rasande tempo. Vilka risker finns det? Vad måste vi tänka på? Det finns många frågor kring rättigheter och etik som behöver svaras. Men också, vad är bra med AI? Det finns många olika verktyg som kan underlätta och bidra till kostnadseffektivitet. Vilka är de? Och hur kan man använda de olika verktygen som finns? Filminstitutet vill bidra till att fördjupa kunskapen kring de möjligheter som den nya tekniken ger och uppmuntra att vi tillsammans med ett nyfiket förhållningssätt kan undersöka vad AI kan bidra med. Och tillsammans prata om de utmaningar som den nya tekniken ställer oss inför. Vi är övertygade om att tekniken kan användas för att få branschen att den ska bli hållbar och långsiktig genom nya professionella verktyg. Och med det sagt så lämnar jag över ordet till vår duktiga kulturminister Parisa Liljestrand. Välkommen.
Tack till att börja med för att ni ska ha den här konferensen. Den är så viktig och också tack för möjligheten och för mig att få vara här en liten stund inledningsvis och få vara med i den här inledande resan kring AI-diskussionen som egentligen bara är alldeles påbörjad, eller hur? Det här är någonting som kommer att vara med oss, drabba oss, men också vara en fördel för oss tror jag om vi lyckas hantera det på rätt sätt. För knappt 2 veckor sedan så stod jag i ett pressrum på Rosenbad och presenterade kulturens del av statsbudgeten. Och en av de nyheter som jag kunde presentera då, som jag också är väldigt glad och stolt över, det är att regeringen kommer att tillsätta en filmutredning. Det är inte alltid som regering, opposition och bransch är överens om vad som behövs. Men i det här fallet så är vi faktiskt det. För vi är helt överens om att vi behöver ta ett nytt grepp kring svensk film. Och det finns många olika orsaker till det. En av dem är det som vi är här för att prata om idag. Det vill säga teknikens potential för svensk film och vilka möjligheter och också hot som det medför. För det är verkligen en blixtsnabb utveckling som vi ser när det kommer till artificiell intelligens. Och jag vill verkligen tacka Filminstitutet för ett klokt initiativ att anordna den här konferensen. AI i alla dess former kommer ju i ännu högre utsträckning påverka samhällsutvecklingen och inte minst när det gäller kulturområdet. Jag ser redan nu hur AI-utvecklingen påverkar så gott som alla sektorer som berörs av kulturpolitiken. Från både kulturarvs- och arkivsektionen som ser enorma möjligheter till översättare och illustratörer som känner en genuin oro för sin sysselsättning. Olika verksamheter och olika delar av kulturlivet uppfattar de här tekniksprången på olika sätt och det behöver vi ha respekt för. Och detsamma gäller naturligtvis filmen. Å ena sidan så ser vi amerikanska skådespelare som strejkar, manusförfattare som strejkar, bland annat för att de också ser stora risker med AI. Men å andra sidan så ser vi exempel som till exempel i filmen UFO Sweden där man läppsynkar och dubbar, när det ska dubbas till engelska så läppsynkas det för att man ska också kunna nå större målgrupper när filmen sprids utomlands. I ena vågskålen så ligger effektiviseringar, restaurering av gamla filmer, bättre effekter, kostnadsbesparingar och också målgruppsanpassning. Och i andra vågskålen så ligger risken att filmens autenticitet och nerv, om man så vill, den här publikens, den här känslomässiga kopplingen till filmen, att den ska påverkas när maskiner tar över hantverkskunniga människors uppgifter i skapandeprocessen. Och naturligtvis i det också en oro över hur arbetsmarknaden ska påverkas. Filmen är ju en konstform och ett massmedium som både berör och engagerar. På bara några årtionden så har teknikutvecklingen fullständigt förändrat filmbranschen. Digitaliseringen har ju fört med sig obegränsade möjligheter egentligen till att både skapa och sprida rörliga bilder. Den snabba framväxten av en streamingmarknad har ju ändrat tittarvanorna och konsumtionsmönstren. I ett längre perspektiv så är de siffrorna faktiskt överväldigande. Det här kan ni redan, men jag säger det ändå. På 50-talet så såg en genomsnittlig svensk 11 långfilmer per år. Alla på bio. Idag så ser en genomsnittlig svensk minst 80 långfilmer per år. Inte ens 2 av dessa på bio. Resten ser man på tv eller via streaming. Till det ska läggas alla tv-serier som tittas på. Ingen annan kulturyttring kommer ens i närheten av ett sådant genomslag. Filmpolitiken, den behöver förändras för att hänga med i detta. Det blev tydligt i återstartsutredningen och har också bekräftats i flera andra aktuella studier. Men ni som sitter här behöver antagligen inte gå till utredningar och studier för att veta att systemet är föråldrat. Många av er vet redan det av erfarenhet. Filmpolitiken, den behöver vidareutvecklas för att möta och motsvara de behov som filmbranschen har idag och i framtiden. Och det är också därför som en särskild utredare ska göra en översyn av den statliga filmpolitiken under 2024. Vi lever i en spännande och ganska omvälvande tid för kulturen i stort och kanske för filmen i synnerhet. Det är ju naturligt att de här snabba tekniksprången väcker både oro men kanske också framtidstro. Och för mig är det oerhört viktigt att politiken inte hamnar på efterkälken i detta. Både den nya filmutredningen och vår AI-arbetsgrupp på departementet, det är exempel på åtgärder för att politiken inte ska hamna i ett kunskapsunderläge och för att vi också ska kunna hjälpa svensk film på bästa sätt i en ny tid. Men det är inte vi politiker som kommer ta svensk film in i framtiden. Vi kan sätta vissa ramar, Vi kan se till att systemen med offentliga stöd fungerar så bra som möjligt. Vi kan stötta institutioner och så vidare. Men det är ni som för svensk film framåt. Alla ni som arbetar med att producera och distribuera den svenska filmkonsten, som sitter på så enormt mycket kompetens, erfarenhet och inte minst kreativitet. Det är ni som gör att svensk film är en sån otroligt spännande konstform. Och med det så vill jag önska er alla en inspirerande och trevlig dag och rikta ett varmt tack till Filminstitutet för att ni har bjudit in mig och alla andra här idag för en mycket intressant diskussion framöver. Tack!
Fantastiskt, stort tack! Vilken härlig start. Och med det så vill jag lämna över med varm hand till dagens duktiga moderator, Johanna Koljonen. Välkommen!
Tack mycket, Gunilla.
Välkommen.
Tackar. Ja, tack. Vad roligt att ni är här. Tack så otroligt mycket, kulturministern. Tack så mycket, Gunilla. Vilken dag vi har framför oss. Jag kommer att prata lite svenska nu. Vi kommer att gå lite av one. I will switch to English in a little while, but we'll do one thing in Swedish first. Och det är nämligen att jag skulle be er plocka fram era telefoner. Jag ser ju att många av er redan har dem i handen. Och så ska vi göra en sån här mentiövning. Och sucka inte nu, det här är jätteviktigt och meningsfullt. Kan vi få se den instruktionssliden? Tack så mycket. Yes. Så nu skriver de med pyttesmå bokstäver högst upp. Man ska gå till menti.com och så ska man skriva in koden där. 419803224. Det står alltså med pyttesmå bokstäver högst upp på skärmen. Och då är frågan, vad känner du just nu när du tänker på film och AI? Känns kanske lite flummigt. Varför ska vi prata om våra känslor just nu? Men jag tror att det faktiskt är helt avgörande. För det är mycket som är väldigt abstrakt, väldigt tekniskt, väldigt komplext idag. Vi kommer att prata om både hot och möjligheter, om inspiration och skräck. Och jag tror att det är okej, eller det måste vara okej för oss att tänka, jag har många känslor. Ni kommer att märka att ni kan skriva in 3 olika saker också. Så är det läskigt, spännande, positivt. Ja, det här känns ganska intressant. Intellektuell nyfikenhet, existentiell fas. We're asking about the emotions when you, right now, just thinking about film and AI, it's ranging right now from existential dread to enormous inspiration. Stoppa skiten. I wish we could. Ja, just nu möjligheter spännande. Här ligger vi ganska väl till. Ja. Nu när ni är inne i appen så märker ni att där längst ner så finns det en sån open Q&A, eller jag vet inte faktiskt exakt hur det ser ut på varje skärm, det kan variera lite, men någonstans så står det open Q&A. Och där har man möjlighet under dagen att skriva in frågor som man har eller reaktioner som man har som känns som att de inte nödvändigtvis är relevanta exakt för den talaren just då. Så när vi har paneler, vi har föreläsare, så kommer ni att kunna ställa frågor i rummet helt normalt, men kanske man är blyg. Eller kanske man tänker så här, jag har ju en fråga om någonting som hände för 2 timmar sedan nu när jag har hunnit idissla det. Då kan ni skriva dem där i Q&A-fältet. Och vi kommer inte att visa dem på skärmen. Ni är också anonyma om ni inte skriver i fältet vilka ni är. Och så tittar vi på dem lite under pausen och i slutet av dagen så har vi reserverat tid för att försöka besvara frågorna. And now I'm going to switch to English at this point and say... we just repeat the last part of the information, so we will be taking questions from the audience as we go along, but we also have the possibility to ask questions through this tool that will not be visible and that we can reflect on at the end of the day. And the reason that's important, I think, is that currently nobody knows everything. And some people would say nobody knows anything. It's okay not to have the answers. And it will happen many times today, I think, that we will ask each other questions on the stage and in the room that we will not know the answers for. In my role as a media analyst, I was speaking about film and AI at the Seriencamp Festival in Cologne this summer. And at that point, that was in June, just before midsummer, and there was a great enthusiasm then about these dubbing technologies, about the AI-supported tools that allow you to correct the mouth movements to the language you are dubbing in. The Germans, of course, being a dubbing culture, loved this also as a potential for themselves. They say, finally, German content can reach the world. We will compete in the world. And they were so excited, and I felt horrible because I had to say yes. And so will literally everyone else. You will be competing with Swedish content, and we're going to be working very hard as well. And that's so, even in the smallest detail, something like this is immediately a possibility, but also not necessarily the kind of possibility that we thought at first. And in June, this was something that is available for professional companies, something that you as a film producer can pay for. This week, we have seen already for consumer use many services that in different ways generate video translations with corrected mouth movements as well, that allow you to become, for instance, take a film of yourself speaking in one language and press a button producing a film of yourself, your own face, your own voice, saying the same thing in a completely different language. That's available to everybody now. And again, immediately, oh gosh, how does that change how we work? Difficult to say. And especially difficult to say if you're planning a project today that will come to fruition 1 year, 2 years from now, where will we be then? So even though it's very difficult to project exactly what's going to happen, there are some things that we kind of know for sure. And one is that it's going to be a very confused marketplace for a while. What is the cost of anything? What is the price of anything? We're also now asking, what is the value of many things that we used to take the value for granted before? How do you budget a project when you have no idea what the technologies will cost even next month, let alone 3 years from now? Probably in most markets, for other unrelated reasons, we will make fewer feature films and TV series. But I think we will make much more video content. More video content will be produced by professionals and non-professionals. And I think that it's important to see, clearly we're moving towards a period of labor unrest, not just in film, but in many different fields. And some, as I said, market confusion. And also aesthetic possibilities, artistic possibilities, enormous breakthrough power. I think it's good to say that for people like us, who are from smaller markets, historically when film was very expensive to make, the cost didn't come from the fact that we had teams that were too large. We have not in Europe or in Sweden historically struggled with, we were working with so many people luxuriously. So we have been very good always at stretching the resources and finding ways of working better with the tools we have at hand. And this, I think, is a tradition that is going to serve us as we engage with these new tools. I like that spännande is focused in the middle. That means exciting. I hope that works out correctly for all of us and that we still feel. I'm going to ask you the same question at the end of the day. So now we park this. Maybe you take a picture of it, because I realize we should have taken a screen cap. This is what we feel right now, and we'll see again in a few hours. Okay, and please ask us questions in the back channel if you feel you need to, or if you feel you have a strong emotional reaction to something, please tell us that as well, because that's very interesting too. Okay, so it's time now to introduce our first speaker. Kathryn Brillhart is a cinematographer, director, and producer who leverages volumetric capture, visualization techniques, and supervising visual effects to enhance projects. She has helped redefine standards and best practices in virtual production and advocated for diversity in the film industry through her role on the global board of directors for the Visual Effects Society. She's also a member of the Virtual Production Committee within the ACS Motion Imaging and Technology Council. And I wanted to mention some recent work, which I won't do for all the speakers, but I think it's helpful to place her here. Her recent work role as virtual production supervisor incorporates real-time game engine work and virtual production techniques to achieve in-camera visual effects. We'll hear a little bit more about all of this. And the project include such giant things as Warner Brothers' Black Adam, Netflix's Rebel Moon, and Amazon Studios' upcoming Fallout and Camille. Please welcome Kathryn Brillhart.
Good morning. Talk for having me. It's so amazing to be here and getting to know you all today. Thank you so much for introducing me. Just to give you a little bit of background about kind of my journey, an independent cinematographer, director, who 12 years ago, kind of getting started in LA, decided to work in visual effects because I saw how the role of the DP and cinematographer was changing, and knowing how the image was going to get passed along through the pipeline was going to be really important. So my journey took me into visual effects. I've been able to build a portfolio as an independent artist, but visual effects, and then has been given me the opportunity to work on bigger projects, blend my interest when virtual production side kind of became itself, and so here we are now. So I just wanted to start by laying a little bit of groundwork about AI so that we all have the same kind of base level. Because what I want to do is talk about AI, how it's different than visual effects and it's different than virtual production, but that they're all related, and AI is another tool that's helping propel both of those. So what is artificial intelligence? A very basic way to describe it is essentially teaching machines how to think and act like humans. And the goal of AI is to make technology that can replicate human capabilities. We want to make computers more like us and think more like us so that they can do things that we don't want to do ourselves. And generative AI, this takes it a step further because it's designed to teach machines to think like the human imagination. Its goal is to mimic our ability to generate what's new and what's next, whether that's visually or through conversation or audio. We want to be able to mimic the way we want it to mimic the way we think, the way we create, and the way that we interact with people every day. And this has really gained a lot of popularity since 2020. This is when you hear AI today, I think a lot of people are talking about generative AI. So a few different types of generative AI, just very broad categories, would be language. So large language models like ChatGPT or like Google's Cody program to do coding and development. You can use different types of large language models to do coding, note-taking, writing essays, that sort of thing. Visual, video generation, image generation, creating 3D models, design, and then also, auditory, so music or voice generation. And some of the benefits of all of this are, one, for the creators in the room, creating new original content, images, videos, and text that's indistinguishable from content created by humans. Not so much to take the place of humans, but just to be a really helpful assistant. They can automate and accelerate workflows and improve the efficiency and accuracy of existing AI systems. And I've seen that even in Universal Studios and some of the bigger studios that I work with who are trying to move toward future asset management programs, for example. If you can intuitively find assets or use AI to help organize your editorial pipeline or footage and content and assets from beginning to end of a project, that's another way that they're thinking about using AI in their workflow. So why now? Why did AI all of a sudden, especially this year, boom and come out of nowhere? 3 big reasons: big data, faster compute and GPU power, and internet and cloud. The abundance of data, essentially, the big data, That enables AI models to learn patterns via machine learning applications. And that machine learning needs really fast, robust GPUs to improve the model training speed and accuracy. And this large amount of data is usually received and stored in a cloud. And so those cloud repositories have gotten a lot stronger and better, and this is all run on the internet and networking, so that's how they're all related. But also this year especially, more generative AI tools and services have become available to the public because they can be found online on websites that don't require you to run a command line script. Still, I would say from a creator perspective, if you're able to build your own model and use command line script, you don't have as many paywalls in front of you to use these services. But that's why they're so popular right now, because more people can use them. They're more user-friendly and they don't require complicated installation or a background in coding. And this is really important also when we're talking about virtual production. Virtual production is the blending of game engine and real-time technology into the filmmaking process. And it's a good point in the conversation to say AI and virtual production are two totally different disciplines, but AI tools help virtual production tools become more efficient, or they help using the game engine be more efficient. And when you look at the timeline for the booms in both of these disciplines, like around 2007 to 2012, when they were sort of kind of coming into themselves, these three pillars are what made both of those disciplines really skyrocket and take off. So I wanted to segue a little bit into just talking about what virtual production is and what that looks like. So we'll pause on AI for a minute, but you'll see how it kind of all weaves in. These are 7 major virtual production techniques or workflows. When I think virtual production, I think of these 7 individual things like visualization, real-time virtual art department and animation pipelines, performance capture, simulcam, virtual scouting, camera and object tracking, and in-camera visual effects using LED volumes. You can use them individually, you can use only one, you can combine them all and do some pretty interesting things. But what's really cool about using real-time technology is all of the new choices you have when you're making a CG or a live action film. So something that really energizes me as a filmmaker is that I'm traditionally trained, I went to a film school. I shot with Bolex cameras, and at that time in history, that's what film was going to be for the rest of time, shooting on film. So all that to say, when I was becoming a live action cinematographer, it didn't feel like there was any clear career path. If I was inspired by a Pixar film and thought, hey, I'd like to transfer my skills and also DP an animated film, I didn't feel like I could do that because you'd have to learn software and how to keyframe and have a totally different skill set than the physical skill set that I learned and that I use when I'm on set. But these tools help bring the physical live action process of filmmaking into animation. And through LED wall workflows, they bring CG and animation workflows onto a live action set. So that's really exciting. And AI definitely plays a role in improving those tools and those blended capabilities. And I think one more point that I wanted to make on this slide too is just that also sort of changes the definition of a live action film. And in 2009, I would say that's really the point where the definition of live action filmmaking started to change with Avatar. Oscars are kind of where we look to, for those definitions and how we're defining things. And that film Avatar set a precedent that when James Cameron used, virtual camera and performance capture and all of these techniques, really, he was able to make the argument that he made a live action film in CG. So when we talk about animation and live action now, animation might be an outdated term. Maybe it's a CG film that is live action, and it's the intention of the filmmaker now when they submit that would put it in the right category. So that's just another big change. So in 2021, I was the virtual production supervisor for Black Adam for Warner Brothers. And this is a great example of like a big budget live action, I would call it a live action CG project, because it's mostly visual effects with photographic elements, of course, with actors and things that are in it. And one thing that was really important to the director was getting Black Adam to fly and float, and he would only fly, float, and hover the whole time. So as you can see it in this slide, they had a huge budget, and the way that they decided to do that was to have myself and special effects partner up to sync up big robotic arms and do cool in-camera special effects with our 3D backdrops. This is a great example for us making a mostly CG project where we could bring the visual effects that normally everyone would have to wait months to see into the pre-production and the production process. So the actors could see, had perfect eyeline reference, they had the correct lighting reference. Every decision that they were making in production, if something didn't line up right, we could fix it in real time instead of, costing more money down the pipeline. So this was just a really cool example of that workflow. And this slide's important too, because on a big budget feature like this, you can layer in really cool workflows on top of each other that you can't do on an independent micro budget film. So what you're seeing here is a final shot of Black Adam flying, and then sort of like a behind the scenes of how we're doing it. What is hard to see in this photo is that when he's flying on that plate, he's in a sphere shape of LED walls, and he's in a sphere of cameras, really high resolution video cameras. And what that layering of doing the LED wall and the images plus the cameras, what that does is the LED lights panels, the actor can see what they're doing, but it's also lit the way that matches the content. So the visual effects supervisor has correct lighting when they go to post. But the other cool thing is how the cameras are positioned around the subject. Usually, I would say the thing to me that stands out about this, because I'm in the visual effects world, is that they were able to get a 3D, what seemed like 3D camera movements all around the subject of him flying, but they didn't do that with a virtual camera. They actually did it with those sphere of cameras. When you have a sphere of cameras or an array of cameras, it gives you the flexibility to move between the footage of the camera that you want and create a fake or like a real camera move. Actually, it's just another way of getting a camera move. So that technique combined with the LED walls was really impressive. And I just thought, well, what a cool thing to share, because most people don't know how that stuff is made. But then also on a micro budget, these are some photos from a film that I directed, or I am directing, but shot a couple years ago. Short film, we shot for 2 days. The whole project was like less than $20,000, but we still had access to the same technology. We had access to OptiTrack camera system, camera tracking system. We had access to an LED wall, and within that small budget, we could still hire one artist to do our backgrounds. So from an LED wall standpoint, that is a scalable technology. And some ways that I've seen AI used, even on my crews, like a year ago, before all of this big boom, was having language models help check code. So many of the engineers on my team, if we were, on set under pressure and something wasn't working right in the computer, they could have the computer check its own code. So that was pretty interesting. So real-time performance capture is one of the virtual production techniques out of those 7 that I just want to zero in on, because it's going to bring us back into the AI sphere. So performance capture, it's an important technique to reference because 20 years ago, 10 years ago, like I was describing before about the visual effects pipeline and all the data going downstream, you'd have to wait several months to see the result of combining the data that you would capture on set and then seeing it inside the CG character and all of that. But what real-time technology does is it allows you to kind of do that all at once. And what you see here are 3 different techniques all used at the same time. Performance capture, virtual camera, and simulcam. The simulcam allows the cinematographer and the director's monitor to see their performance in the CG characters with the digital environment, so they can, the production designer, the virtual designer, the actors, they can figure out blocking in an environment and compromise changes really fast. So that's happening right now. This is like both a high-end and an independent solution. I feel like anybody has access to this technique. But here's where it gets fun. Like in the last 5 or 6 years, this is also available. Markerless facial capture. So performance capture, usually you have to have markers everywhere. And it's been huge projects like The Irishman, these big Hollywood films where they've figured out other like infrared solutions, let's say, to de-age actors or to track their face. But LiveLink, which is a fully free app on your smartphone and a free plugin for Unreal Engine, you or anybody can set this up in your home and track your face and have all of that action go directly into a character of your choice. This is also used by Halon Entertainment. It's used by the Third Floor professional, established virtual production companies. So it could be the student, it could be the indie filmmaker, it could be the business that has access to this tech. And what's driving that facial capture is AI, not necessarily generative AI. It's like more of a utility AI, but it's a vision model that helps detect your face and track it. And to get even more excited, in the last 4 months, like June 7th, Move AI actually released both a single and multi-camera trackerless performance capture system for your whole body. So this wasn't possible really before June. And a bunch of professionals use this too. Maybe not for the final, on-set performance, but during previs, during blocking, working with the director. If a tool like this can take you 70% of the way there, that's much further than you were before. This is also app-based, so very accessible. For these new tools, you really just need like a smartphone and a computer and you're ready to go. So that brings us to creating with AI. It can be really exciting and cool. We have tools like ChatGPT, Bard, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, Runway, Midjourney. And they're all individually pretty neat. You could have ChatGPT make you a recipe, then write you an essay, and then help you put together a schedule. You have text to image, which uses an LLM and a visual model to produce an image, or now a video. You could do text to video. You could do text to 3D model. You can do video to video. And you can combine all these things. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that an LLM, a large language model like ChatGPT, it's generative AI, right? So these applications are going to mimic our ability to generate what's new and what's next, whether that's visually or through conversation. They're not guaranteed or like supposed to be sources of fact. They're not databases. These are experimental models released by tech companies to teach models like ChatGPT how to improve their ability to communicate with us. So it's just trying to learn how to hear us, and we're just trying to learn how to hear and communicate with the computer. So that said, it's this big sort of social experiment. And from a creative perspective, that's really fun because you can get super amusing responses back that spark your creativity, and you can think, oh, wow, I never thought of that before. Interesting, maybe we could go that direction. But as far as relying on it for fact or writing that essay, maybe it just helps you structure it, and then you have to fact check everything and make sure that you're driving it. But it's just good to have in the back of your mind for like ethics down the line. So this is another exciting way you can like blend other tech, and this brings virtual production and AI together, right? So I used a website called Runway AI that's pretty robust. You can have, you know, audio, visual, and text experiences within that one online application. So this is an example of me going into Unreal Engine and doing professional previs, just blocking, you know, something that I might do for a director or myself early on in the process. And I actually fed a video clip of it, but I just put a still on here. I fed the video clip into Runway AI, and I gave it this text prompt. And it was fun, because you know, we're just in blocking, so I could be really imaginative with it and say, oh, let's go to Athens, Greece, 100 BC, and see what it does. So I thought it got pretty close. You know, I generated a couple things. This is the one I thought looked the best. But two things that would be fun to point out are, even though I thought it got really close, it was interesting to see how literally it translated the orange path. I wasn't expecting that. I thought maybe it would go more toward a vanishing point, and it gave it a height, and I thought that was interesting. And then as a cinematographer, I'm also looking at the image going, well, in my previs, I put the sun back here, and I wanted the shadows to go this way. And I thought that by putting in a camera move in the video that I was feeding into it and lighting it and showing it what I wanted and saying what I wanted, I would get a more literal response. But it decided, I think, this is just me guessing, I think because I said cinematic, it chose to actually put the sun in front of the character and the shadows are going back the wrong way. So learning the bias is kind of an interesting creative process too. It felt like having a DP that sort of did whatever they wanted to do. Yeah, so that's just kind of a cool way that some of us in the industry are thinking about using these tools, previs to video. Additionally, these same generative AI tools are very good for simplifying visual effects workflows and simplifying like virtual production. For example, now this is another Runway tool, but you can separate layers in an image or remove a background or remove the character. You can paint things out of video. Those things are not so hard to do, but they take a lot of time. And if you think about it from whether you're running a business and you want to you know, change what your staff looks like in your business, or if you're an independent artist, maybe now you're more liberated because instead of having to hand paint something or rotoscope something frame by frame, you can have the help of AI as an assistant to get you much further than you were before. Maybe it's not perfect, but it gets you pretty close. Okay. Nerfs are important to mention. I don't know what you know about photogrammetry and volumetric capture, but essentially the process of capturing like real assets in the real world and turning them into 3D models is changing with the ability to use NERFs. And I would say they are similar to light field, but they're not the same. And I'll just tell you what it is. I'll start there, and then we can do questions later. So NERF stands for neural radiance field, and this technique generates 3D representations of an object or scene from 2D images by using advanced machine learning. It's only possible through using AI. The technique involves encoding the entire object or scene into artificial neural network, which predicts the light intensity and like the radiance of the scene. So I'm not sure if it's totally visible in the example that I pulled. I went to an art museum last week and I wanted to show you this amazing gallery and picture. But what a NERF does that's different from a normal volumetric capture or photogrammetry, I think to anybody's eye, they might look the same. Like if I use photogrammetry at first glance, it might look the same. Like, oh, you captured a scene and now it's 3D. The difference here is that when you're looking at it in a game engine or in a viewing software, as you move across the scene or the object, you can see reflections and the shading of the light. From a visual effects perspective, that's not just seeing like the reflection in this metal. It kind of means like the same way my eyes pass over these leather seats and I can kind of see the light shift a little bit, or I can see it shift on this table. These really subtle things that takes a lot of reference to communicate those shifts to like an animation team, for example, or a team in visual effects. Now with my cell phone, I could do a 2-minute, video of this space, getting all the parallax, getting all the light reflections, and then I could show a model like this to my visual effects team and they could see accurate lighting reference and the shading, meaning that they could figure out where the light sources were and then really make it look realistic. So there are a lot of different use cases for this. You could even theoretically throw something like this up on an LED wall, and maybe it took you 10 minutes to make a photo real enough background that you can put a little bit out of focus and get your pickup shots. So this is I just wanted to throw it in here so that you can research it. They're wonderful. Okay, the last thing that I really, really wanted to touch on are face replacements, deep fakes. Like face replacements, de-aging, beauty work, this kind of stuff, this has been going on for years, for like over 30 years. Like, this is what Hollywood does. Everything you've ever seen has it in it. Actors have beauty work in their contract. Like sometimes, like I've been on shows where like people are doing paint outs of the back of somebody so that they look like a smaller size, and it's in their contract. So, everyone's like, oh yeah, we shot it in camera. And I'm like, yeah, but it's all been touched. So, what's really cool is that AI, this is an example of where I think in Hollywood, even with the actor strike, from even like journalists, actors, like people who are talking about it, I've really heard the interchange of AI and visual effects. They're like, it's AI that's doing that. And the reality is that that's visual effects, but AI is a tool that's making it faster and more efficient to do that. And a really big shift, I mean, there are always like ethics and politics around this subject matter. And it's not super figured out even in Hollywood, like Sean Young in Blade Runner 2049. She's been open in interviews about how, yes, she signed a waiver that they could use her face for that film, but she wasn't pleased that they wanted to go that route and not have her drive her own performance. There are a lot of ethics kind of around recreating people. And when it's in this visual effects, in this Hollywood, in this professional setting, it's easier to talk about because everybody kind of gets to participate in writing a contract or having a say in how they're captured. And even that's debatable because those topics are what's on the table for the actors' strike right now. So we'll see how that plays out. But what you should know is that in visual effects, this takes a few different techniques to do. You have, like, let's just say facial tracking. You have either like a 3D photoreal replacement or a 2D workflow in the middle of that. And then you have this compositing workflow that's blending those two characters together. So what AI is doing is really simplifying that process. And I wanted to point out Tom Cruise because this is actually a pretty new professional example of like a deep fake. So there's a cool company called Metaphysic AI, and they specialize in face replacements, synthetic speech and mouth manipulation, and like Johanna said earlier, like the really positive ways to apply that. But the thing that we should all be participating in the conversation right now from a character and deepfake perspective is that now it's not just visual effects companies or business people or like specific artists that have access to these tools. The public does. You know, kids can do this stuff right now on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen like deepfake Keanu Reeves or deepfake Leonardo DiCaprio. But one thing to consider is that, you know, we can't control everything, but the way that we can influence things is being part of the conversation and knowing how these tools work, knowing how the models work, and what your boundaries are with consent, I think, around those things. So I just kind of put together a list of how, in the last decade, artificial intelligence and machine learning have been integrated into visual effects and virtual production. Some of these are much further along than others, you know, like Weta, Digital Domain, list goes on with the visual effects studios. They've been developing their own proprietary integrations into their software for, you know, over 5 years, and it's in feature films. But, you know, something like intelligent game characters might be new and not quite as developed, so that could be a future innovation that's pretty cool. And I couldn't end without just putting a few ethical considerations for artists. You know, bias and fairness is really important. A few things that you can do to be proactive and just be part of the conversation are, what does it mean to collect ethically sourced data? Can you as an artist engage in building a custom model instead of relying on a pre-trained model? If you do decide to use a pre-trained model, educate yourself about what it is, what the bias are. Like, you know, is beauty really a symmetrical face? Is that what beauty is to you? You know, it's just kind of interesting. And then design models with consideration for diverse groups, such as gender, race, and culture. If you are building your own model, test everywhere, test different demographics. Just try to be as non-biased about the deployment and where you're sharing, where you're doing the testing. It'll help with the bias and the fairness part. Ask others for consent before, you know, using their data, and I think it'll be interesting to see how that also plays out this year. And, you know, I think I'll end with transparency, because that's where the writers kind of came to an agreement last week or 4 days ago, But one of the, in addition to the clause that AI is not a writer and cannot be considered a writer, so to help kind of protect their jobs and keep it in the place of an assistant, they agree that artists and clients should disclose to each other if any materials they exchange have been generated by or incorporate AI. And you know, maybe that's a guideline that we also continue to follow in other creative sectors. So, yes, thank you for having me. Låt oss hålla kontakten.
I'm so fascinated first by the Black Adam example, because I suddenly remembered I wasn't the tagline for Richard Donner's Superman in 1978, "You will believe a man can fly,"
Yeah.
and that we're still working
Yeah.
cinematically on solving that dream. Are you having fun at work?
I'm having so much fun at work.
Good, good. That's the first thing. Just briefly, I was thinking, for instance, the movement capture app that you showed, that you say came out in June, this very recently.
Yes.
And you said, well, maybe it wouldn't be the final shot, but you could use it for blocking, you could use it in previous. Okay, but that's just a few months ago. You mentioned the NERF, is that what it's called? NERF, yeah. Also, like, oh, this is maybe not like a finished technology, but it's available on your phone today. I'm thinking, if it's available in that quality on my phone today, after just a few months in existence, can I rely on thinking, well, I mean, I will have a final shot in my film if I'm developing something now. So a year from now, 2 years from now, that will absolutely be available to me.
Yeah, you know, I guess it's one of those tricky things that even as a supervisor, I think about. The way that I approach it is to play with the tools, learn the tool, and then decide for myself ways that it can serve artistic projects. So for the example with the NERF, I've had lots of producers tell me, oh, this is great, because we're going to save so much money, and we're not going to give you a team, because you can go out on your cell phone and you can get this thing. And I'm like, whoa. So I think from an artist's perspective, there are certain times where I might use that, but you don't want to use it as a silver bullet. You know, none of these solutions are like they're going to fix every problem that you have. And I think any artist who's kind of working on problems understands that. I think what's cool about these tools is that they give you some new freedoms that are accessible on a lower budget. So like maybe on a lower budget project, I could have photorealistic environments, but not in focus, like slightly out of focus. So there's still some limitations there, but yeah, it's just kind of interesting to think about.
So the affordable and available question, I guess, I mean, that's following up on that.
Yeah.
Will these technologies be available and affordable for everybody, or is it always going to be a scale, like you're saying?
I'm waiting to see how it all unfolds, because something that I've hit my head on the wall about this year is that even with the excitement of all these new tools on online platforms or websites so that they're easier to work with, you have to pay a subscription fee sometimes. Or if you want to generate more than 10 videos a month, you have to start paying a lot of money. And so, you know, that's kind of interesting. It'll be the same way streamers where, you know, people subscribe and unsubscribe. I'm curious to see how these business models stay afloat, which tools last. Like I can look at the Weta tool system, or like NVIDIA's tools and certain level of professional tools with tech funding and backing that we know are gonna go into the future. Some of the startups and some of these like fun new tools and workflows, like we just need to observe, you know, what their pricing model is, their customer service, like how they integrate with all these other platforms, and see whether they'll like sink or swim. In virtual production even, that's what we've been experiencing like in the last 10 years, is like different waves of booms of companies. So there were like in LA, for example, after 2020, over 200 companies started in virtual production. And between the pandemic and the strikes, you're starting to see people that can't get work, or like, you know, there just weren't enough clients that wanted the work at that time. So you're starting to see a fall off of like who's going to survive and who isn't. And I think that similar pattern would happen.
So for a film student, for instance, having access to the sort of consumer versions of this is fantastic and will continue to be that. But if we're professionals on non-Hollywood budgets, then there's, yes, reliably like Weta Workshop will have technologies that work. But if I'm not able to afford working with Weta, then the question is, will there be a market, like a mid-level market of professional tools that are affordable? But the answer is probably yes. We just don't know what they are exactly, like what they will be a year from now.
Yeah, I feel like they're starting to kind of come out this year, like you know, there's Runway AI, which I mentioned a bunch of times, but their competition right now is Kubrick. And Kubrick is still in beta. They offer similar services. They seem to have similar pricing model, but their advertising is more targeted at professionals, not just anybody using the internet. So I think from our perspective as filmmakers, you know, even on an indie budget, you could look at that pricing model and say, you know, if I have a team of this many people and it would take time and materials to do this, or I can pay this pricing model to get me this far and then 1 or 2 artists, you can do a budget comparison there.
Yeah.
And you just live within the time that you are and make those decisions like based on that. Or I think the other cool thing about being an indie filmmaker is using your leverage with your creative IP to help these companies build a resume.
Huh.
Right? Because a lot of these websites are just like, we did all these things, but it's not really true. And I think a lot of the things, one big thing that I do on a project is kind of like uncover that for producers and say, well, I know they're saying this, but their timeline is really this, and they have this kind of experience. And so I think they are strong at this, but not strong at this. And so, you know, I think you just have to vet those companies. And if they work and they want to do a partnership with you, maybe that's the way to get discounted services, etc.
On that note, of course, everybody needs a person like you. My understanding is that even in Hollywood, like a good virtual production supervisor is like an elf or a unicorn or something. Like you'd be very lucky to actually like meet one to bring their like skills and like pixie dust over the whole thing. So if I can't find one, where does one start to learn what to do? And I realize it's a huge question, but if we just like, what's the top level advice?
That's a good question. Well, I go to LinkedIn and look for virtual production supervisor. I guess if you don't know somebody, the next person I would talk to is a visual effects producer, because they could either help you find a visual effects supervisor or a virtual production supervisor, or they can help bid. But I feel like the most transferable skill set in bidding is like a really good combination between a line producer and like a visual effects producer.
Yeah. That's exciting career paths also. I hope for people even in this room. Thank you so much, Kathryn Brillhart.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Tack.
Yes, we'll switch back to Swedish for a little while. Jag skulle nu vilja bjuda fram Olle Tholén och Fredrik Lange. Varsågoda, välkomna. Yes, Olle är filmproducent, medgrundare och medlem av filmkollektivet Crazy Pictures.
Yes.
Välkommen. Fredrik Lange, också filmproducent, manusförfattare, vd för Vilda Bomben Film AB sedan 2008. Välkommen även du.
Tack. Ja. Hej.
Har ni någon första reaktion på vad vi har hört hittills från Kathryn?
Jag tycker det är spännande och i linje med vad man hör. Alltså jag tänkte nu när hon satt igång och pratat, nu kommer det jag säger verka irrelevant, för det känns som att det går så fort allting. Men det var i linje med mina uppfattningar också, så det var skönt.
Fred?
Ja, det var väldigt spännande att höra, och det är ju klart att det är ju inget liksom homogent fält, utan det är så otroligt många olika aspekter av AI, vad man kan ha det till och varför man ska använda det och sådär. Så att för mig var det väldigt upplysande och intressant.
Jag tycker det sa det sånt väldigt viktigt här på slutet som är tjänsteföråldrat. Ja, men man måste ju committa till den teknologi som existerar när man behöver den. Alltså annars kommer man ju aldrig att bli färdig med någonting. Och det som vi ska prata om nu är några era exempel på vad ni har jobbat med. Om vi börjar med dig, Olle. Vad händer idag?
Jo, men vi har våran första dag här när vi dubbar våran långfilm UFO Sweden till engelska. Så vi börjar 9:00 idag och tar in hela casten igen och låter dem prata engelska genom hela filmen. Vår amerikanska distributör har valt att använda sig av ett företag som heter Flawless. Där de då med hjälp av AI gör om munnarna, läppsynken i hela filmen. Så att vi kommer vara den första filmen som lanseras i världen med den här teknologin som långfilm för bio. Så det tar ett tag, men troligtvis blir vi först. Och det är ganska... för oss
Grattis
blir...
på den,
ja, jag vet
då.
inte. Det kanske är en dålig grej. Jag vet inte. Jag hoppas inte det. Nej, men det som tycker jag är väldigt intressant är att de hade ganska lätt kunnat bara ta in amerikanska skådespelare som dubbade. Men det kanske är en snäll början här nu, men där man är mån om att det ändå ska kännas nordiskt. Man vill gärna ha svenska skådespelare som inte har MVG i engelska också. Det tillför någonting. Jag tror att de som kommer tycka det är sämst är vi i det här rummet som kommer tycka att det är plågsamt. Men det ska bli jättespännande att se hur det landar hos dem.
Men vänta nu blir det ju helt jätteknäppt för att de spelar och det är därmed deras egna röster. Men här hade vi ju kanske kunnat använda AI som stöd i översättningen. Är det översatt av en människa?
Ja, vi har haft mycket hjälp av en AI också, så det är kul. Men sen har vi ju med lite coacher och så här duktiga människor. Men jag tror det finns någonting i att behålla det lilla skaviga som finns kvar. Sen, jag vet inte, det kommer inte bli lika bra som den svenska versionen. Alltså, det kommer ju, man får inte underskatta en skådespelare. Och det är det vi gör om vi säger att det blir lika bra. Men det kanske inte, för oss är det en enorm skillnad mot att titta på en dubbad version som ju väl ingen filmskapare vill utsätta sig för. Alltså klassisk dubbning, det är ju fruktansvärt.
Det är ju någonting med autotune, alltså jag tänker på liksom jämförelse med autotune i musik. Att när det blir för mycket autotune så är det blir en egen estetik, men det är kanske inte det som man tycker om. Men att rätta till att korrigera det där som är falskt är ju schysst. Och här så tänker jag, gud, när ni är färdiga, före ni är färdiga, kan det hända att det skulle finnas en dialekternas autotune? Att om det blir lite för obegripligt för att det är lite för nordiskt så kanske man kan trycka på en knapp och bara fixa till det lite grann med skådespelarens röst. Alltså den här utvecklingen går så snabbt nu så det är svårt att nästan föreställa sig var gränsen
verkligen
går.
Och jag tycker att nu står vi här idag och om vi tittar på vad som har hänt på 5 år så har det gått väldigt fort. Och hur kommer det se ut om 5 år framåt så ser jag att det rimliga är att man själv kommer kunna välja som konsument. Kan inte den där personen där vara från Göteborg istället? Ja, men nu skrattar vi, men jag tror verkligen att det kommer vara så. Och jag tror att det är början på den största förvandlingen i svensk film. Eller i film överlag, där vi kommer kunna som konsumenter välja vad vi vill se för film, så skapas det en film enbart för oss. Det är vad vi har uppfattat när vi har pratat runt, att det är åt det hållet vi är på väg.
Även om vi inte skulle personalisera så är det ju någonting som alla som inte är från Stockholm kan ju tycka ofta att det är lite jobbigt när man ser på svensk film att det är fel, alltså att folk pratar fel som ska vara från Göteborg. Så bara att kunna adressera det är ju helt mindblowing. Jag känner att jag kommer ha många sådana stunder idag. Fredrik, vad jobbar ni med?
Ja, vi har ju hållit på och experimenterat kan man säga från början med AI sedan 2019 ungefär på olika sätt. Och då är det ju just det här som folk kallar för deepfake, att vi byter ut ansikten och att vi ändrar lite grann på saker och ting. Men det senaste projektet som vi jobbar med nu, det är ju att skydda identiteten på en medverkande i en hybrid dokumentärfilm som är inspelad under väldigt lång tid i Kosovo. Så att,
hur gör ni det?
Ja, vi har en skådespelare som har spelat in samma scen. Men vi har inte använt hela skådespelaren utan vi har skulle jag säga, kombinerat ihop 3 olika ansikten för att få fram det slutliga uttrycket. Det intressanta är ju möjligheten att behålla det konstnärliga uttrycket i scenen. Den liksom känslomässiga laddningen i scenen. Och det är ju någonting som vi har jobbat på. Därför det var ju därför vi vill använda den och inte bara spela in scenen på nytt med en skådespelare.
Förlåt, nu märker jag att jag ändå tappar. Jag trodde att jag förstod dig och ändå förstod jag det inte. Förlåt, jag frågar igen. Så ni har filmat en verklig person, en utsatt person. Är det den personens då liksom performance, eller alltså liv, som är underlaget?
Precis.
Okej. Och därpå, och ansiktet som ersätts med tillhör bland annat en skådespelare. Lite andra personer. Men de har inte spelat. rollen?
Vi har en som har spelat. Det gjordes nämligen ett försök att lösa problemet med att spela in med en skådespelare, och det blev liksom en helt annan känslomässig laddning i det. Det blev liksom bara platt. Det fanns inte det här uttrycket som är själva grejen med scenen, är ju det här, den här närvaron, den här känslan som finns där. Så det har ju varit liksom, idén med detta är ju att göra den här personen anonym men samtidigt bibehålla känslan av utsatthet som scenen beskriver, skulle jag säga.
Alltså, så ni använder AI och deepfake för att göra det verkligare?
Nej, för att behålla den här känslan, skulle jag säga.
Ja. Av verklighet, alltså
ja,
verklig mänsklighet.
Ja,
liksom.
Precis, ja, själva poängen är ju att vi behåller själva filmbilden. Men ansiktet är ett annat. Men känslan i scenen är densamma.
Nu inser jag att vi borde ju ha haft bildmaterial. Men är det alltså en fotorealistisk miljö eller är det en stiliserad?
Nej, absolut. Det är vanlig live action, kan man säga.
Fantastiskt. Och så har vi ju lärt oss idag om sån här performance capture att man också skulle kunna göra, alltså det finns ju dokumentärer som jobbar med traditionell animation, så finns det ju nu med enkelhet så att säga hybridformer av det också. Jösses, okej. Vad har ni lärt er i arbetet som har överraskat er? Skulle ni säga?
Nej, att man måste verkligen undersöka varje bild. Det är ju inte någon automatisk process, utan man måste verkligen jobba med varje bild. Och det krävs, för att det ska bli riktigt bra, så krävs det också en del handpåläggning. Det är verkligen så. Det är inte bara iterationer. Man får göra olika träningar. Man får träna ansiktena om och om igen tills man hittar det som är det rätta uttrycket. Och sen får man göra liksom vanlig VFX-compositing naturligtvis för att få slutprodukten klar. Och då är det ju frågan om hur man jobbar med texturer och sånt. Så att det är ganska mycket liksom hantverksbetonat fortfarande.
Jag kanske ska nämna då att ni också har skapat en struktur för att hjälpa andra med detta.
Vi har ju startat ett bolag som hanterar detta därför att vi bedömde att vi inte kunde ha det i vårt vanliga produktionsbolag. Liksom. Så att Carl Javer, som också är här någonstans, han och jag bestämde oss för att starta det här bolaget, och så då kontaktade vi våran upphovsrättsjurist som vi jobbar med, och sen en programmerare och VFX-artist och en programmerare till. Så kan vi säga, det är ju vi som gör detta nu med utgångspunkt från lite olika programvaror och i hög grad Googles servrar, deras A100-maskiner.
Just. Olle, vad har du lärt dig som har överraskat dig på vägen?
Man lär sig väl hur lite man vet, och jag tycker att själva definitionen av filmskapande är väl deepfake på något sätt. Det är väl där det går ut på, att fejka fram historier så att vi tror på dem. Och jag tycker bara att det är slående hur fort det går. Vi gjorde för många år sedan en kortfilm där Fredrik Reinfeldt var med, fast han var inte med. Men det ser ut som att han var med, och det var ganska tidigt att vi bytte ut hans ansikte. Det tog 3 veckor för 2 personer att göra det. Idag tar det 10 sekunder att göra. Det känns lite som att vi pratar om AI, tror jag, fortfarande som man pratar om internet på 90-talet. Att det är svårt att veta vad det kommer vara för någonting. Men det jag har lärt mig är att vi behöver bestämma oss för om vi ska hålla emot eller om vi ska åka med, tror jag.
Vem är vi här som ska bestämma sig? Vi i Sverige?
Ja, jag skulle säga vi som samhälle, för att filmbranschen är en del. Men om man ser på hela samhället så det går, tror inte jag, att tänka att AI sitter i baksätet och vi styr jämt. Utan till slut kommer vägen vara AI som vi kör på. Utan att låta dystopisk.
Men när du säger
jag
det,
tror
så är
inte att det är så faktiskt.
Jag har många frågor, men jag tänkte vi ska släppa in publiken här. Har någon av er en fråga till Fredrik eller Olle på basen av det vi hört idag? Där borta.
I'll take it in English. Thank you very much. I'm curious about the rights when you dub from Swedish to English. The traditional way was to sell the remake rights. If you make a Swedish film, then you had if you were fortunate, you would sell the remake rights for an English-speaking market. So what happens in this case for your film, UFO, which is wonderful, by the way, I've seen it, that you've dubbed now into English? What happens there? What happens to the rights there?
Är det okej om jag tar på svenska? Vilka rättigheter syftar du på? Alltså för skådespelarna?
Nej, bara för filmen, förstår jag.
For the whole film, when you're reaching out to other markets.
Så istället för att sälja en återinspelningsrättighet så är frågan, vad är det ni gör då?
Vi dubbar en film.
Och distribuerar den.
Ja, vi har en amerikansk distributör som låter ett amerikanskt företag dubba filmen. Och vi bistår med att ha skådespelare och komma in som kreatörer och se till att det här blir i enlighet med vad vi har tänkt att filmen ska vara. Så fortfarande så dubbar vi en film. Det är det vi gör på pappret.
Så egentligen så är det som om, hade ni exporterat, hade den distribuerats i, låt oss säga Tyskland eller Frankrike, så hade den ju alltid dubbats, eller ofta hade man gjort så. Exakt. Om det var en tillräckligt bred, stor film. Och nu gör man det också till språk som inte traditionellt har haft den kulturen.
Ja, precis. Det är väl bara början.
Högre kvalitet.
Ja, precis.
Mm. Så det breddar er marknad. Varsågod. Ja.
Jo, hej. Spännande. Men som producent så börjar jag ju undra på att då kommer ju ett kontrakt komma in fler klausuler. Och man säger så här, mycket billigare, vi kan göra allting. Men så ser ju inte jag det riktigt nu då, för då kommer det in sådana här tankar om att jättekändisartist, ska jag låna ut mitt ansikte till det här? Ska jag göra detta? Vill jag ha mer betalt för att jag visar mitt ansikte i det här sammanhanget? Har artisten något val eller skådespelaren något val? Och så vidare. Så att det kommer att bli andra saker som dyker upp i det här läget då. Det är vad som går i mitt huvud.
Jättebra. Och jag känns som att vi kommer att prata om de här frågorna igen. Men bara spontant då här. Till exempel när man skriver kontrakt med en skådespelare. Nu visste ni kanske inte när ni spelade in att det skulle bli så här efteråt. Men hur tänker ni bägge med ansiktet och performancen och rättigheter och kontrakt och ersättningar?
I dagsläget så säger ju kontraktet att vi har rätt att göra vad vi vill. Men det tror jag är någonting som måste justeras. Så vi behöver vara tydliga med vad vi vill innebär. För nu kommer vi börja kunna sätta ord på det kanske för första gången.
Jag instämmer i det. Den utgångspunkten är ju att man får göra vad man vill så att säga. Men frågan är om det är rätt. Och det är också någonting som är en viktig diskussion att föra. För AI tar ju egentligen, om man tänker sig de flesta, om man pratar om sådana program som byter ut ansikten, så tar de tar ju inte en annan bild och för över den, utan de gör ju någon slags tolkning. Det finns liksom ingen möjlighet att härleda några pixlar från en viss bild till den här skapade bilden. Det är liksom inte omöjligt att säga att AI har tagit den här pixeln. Mm.
Så det är liksom en slags målning i film?
Ja,
mer,
det är en slags bild som är inspirerad av bilder. Mm. Men det går inte att säga att den här bilden var min. Så det är klart att det är ju ett väldigt öppet fält.
Då tar vi en kort follow-up här.
Jo, och det jag tänker vidare i det här då, det är att en skådespelare som är jättekänd kan ju ta ut mer för att vara med i ett sånt här projekt. Eller jag känner en liten fara med segregationen här. Men även det här med att, som sagt, flera klausuler kommer att komma upp i ett kontrakt och några kommer att försvinna. Mm. Och det är det jag tycker är väldigt intressant att ta upp i det här sammanhanget.
Ja, verkligen.
Det är väl inte otänkbart att skådespelare kan tänkas vilja ha in i sina avtal att det här får inte användas till AI till exempel. Det är väl väldigt rimligt kan jag tycka.
Eller att de måste godkänna det. Vi hade en fråga här nere först, och sen går vi dit upp. Varsågod. Ja. Hej. Förlåt, vi har ändå en inspelning. Det är bra om vi kan vi få igång den här andra publikmicken? Är det möjligt? Yes, tack så mycket.
Nej, men det var intressant där just med att byta ansikten och sånt. Men jag tänker om man säljer då en film, till exempel när USA har sålt filmer till Kina till exempel. Då har man tagit bort scener och såna grejer. Vad tror du om kan hända liksom i framtiden? Att med AI så kan vi börja byta ut bakgrunder, vi kan göra väldigt mycket. Hur kommer det påverka liksom eran vision från början? För det kan ju hända.
Ja, det är väl det som är den stora utmaningen. Och vi har väl bara touchat lite på det när filmer censureras och det plockas bort scener. Och vi gjorde en film förut där Ryssland invaderade Sverige. Och det var inte jättepoppis i vissa länder, så då plockade man bort de delarna. Och det har väl, alltså det är ju så det går till, man plockar bort. Men nu när man kommer börja lägga till, det är väl då det händer någonting. Men som jag sa förut så tror jag att det kommer ett skifte snart där vi som filmskapare vi sitter lite bredvid och konsumenterna själva kan gå in och skapa sina egna filmer. Jag tror mycket att det som är förutsägbart inom film, alltså när vi tittar på serier och filmer som har sett likadant ut ganska länge, så tror jag att det blir ganska lätt för en AI att gå in och ersätta och fortsätta skapa material som vi tror att vi vill se. Så jag tror att just förutsägbarheten kommer vara det som AI kommer ta mest jobb ifrån. Alltså saker som upprepas och likadana, och sen så kommer man kunna skapa individuellt innehåll då. Om filmerna är i Kina så kommer man kunna skapa den lite anpassad för de som ska se den där.
Eller vägra.
Eller
det är
vägra.
det man vill. Ja. Men det finns ju en praktisk tillämpning. Alltså det har ju hänt mer än en gång att en film har varit färdiginspelad och så har någon skådespelare gjort sig omöjlig. Man har inte kunnat släppa den på grund av att man har fått lära sig, det har kommit fram saker om deras privatliv till exempel. Och då har man ju fått filma om väldigt stora delar av filmen. Nu kan vi prata om att ersätta en skådespelare med en annan skådespelare helt och hållet är plötsligt möjligt på ett helt annat sätt. Och det är ju också det finns ju också liksom positiva tillämpningar av de här förändringarna.
Jag skulle säga den största grejen som vi redan nu använder oss av i nya filmen, det är ju att vi kommer ju kunna korrigera i klippningen på ett helt annat sätt. Där vi kan byta ut repliker, alltså även i originalversionen då på svenska, där man kan känna att här skulle vi behöva ha en scen som fortsätter lite till. Ja, men då kan vi bara låta skådespelaren prata i bild. Och det gör ju att filmskapandet hålls ju öppet ganska mycket längre än vad det har gjort tidigare.
Konsekvenserna för dokumentärt filmberättande är helt oöverskådliga inser jag, men vi måste, före vi går vidare, ta en till fråga. Det var här uppe, hade vi en. Ja, kort.
Ja, jag vill gärna backa ett steg gällande kontrakt och plagiat och vem som äger verket. Så jag tycker det är väldigt intressant att de här svenska skådespelarna då har ekonomiska intressen i den amerikanska distributionen. Och det är där jag tycker att dialogen har hamnat lite snett med tanke på våra amerikanska kollegor. Och det är intressant hur retoriken går, speciellt från affärssidan, för att det finns en stigma av att kreatörer inte är entreprenörer. Och det här genomlyser till exempel Almedalen, samtalet där om AI och så vidare, när man lyssnar på retoriken. Och där tycker jag att vi ska skifta lite retoriken.
Menar du att det är positivt eller negativt?
Nej, jag tycker att det är väldigt problematiskt när man ser det som att fältet är öppet, som du precis sa. Fältet är inte öppet för det finns andra intressen. Det är inte bara affärssidan. Det är inte bara exploatering av kreativiteten. Så de här verktygen behöver hamna rätt. Och affärsmodellen på avkastningen måste se en fördelning. Så det är inte bara en exploatering. Och därför blir jag väldigt nyfiken då, Olle, hur era kontrakt när ni tar in de här svenska skådespelarna, och då inte bara rättigheter för att de ska hamna i någon slags databas till 10 000 andra filmer som de inte har något vinstintresse i. Utan att de då vet att deras läppar i det här fallet bara används för just det här. Och att det finns ett vinstintresse för dem i det som entreprenörer, som professionella skådespelare.
Ja, vet vi vad som händer med deras performance i den här produktionen, så att säga?
Alltså vi får sära på vad de säger och vad deras läppar gör. Så tycker jag att vi måste nog ändå se skillnaden på video och audio i det här läget. Där, eller vad var det du undrade över? Absolut.
Nej, absolut, det gör de. Absolut.
Självklart.
Ja. Absolut.
Och det absolut.
Så är det, absolut.
Ja, absolut.
Tack.
Ja, men där så har vi hamnat i ett läge att vi jämför fortfarande med en dubbning. Och hade vi gjort en amerikansk, vilket vi hade behövt göra, en engelsk dubbning av filmen, så hade det tagits in andra skådespelare, troligtvis en man och en kvinna som dubbar alla i hela filmen. Och när vi har pratat med de skådespelarna som vi har jobbat med så har man tyckt att det har varit väldigt plågsamt, och man har hellre sett, ge mig ett arvode så jag får lägga den amerikanska dubbningen själv. Där ser jag som en mera ambitiös dubbning, där de har varit väldigt noga med att vi vill göra det här. När vi har pratat med alla så har vi varit också väldigt försiktiga i början. Vad är det här? Vad innebär det i förlängningen? Och vi tror att det är jätteviktigt att vi sätter oss nu. Jag vill ändå säga att jag är inte säker på att vi ska gasa med AI på det sättet som jag tror att vi är på väg att göra. Jag tror att vi måste vara jättenoga och sätta oss ner och fundera på väldigt många aspekter. Men i det här fallet så har vi gjort det i en diskussion med dem för att testa greppet. Och när det kommer till deras munnar så har ju det här blivit någonting som de har känt att vi vill testa det här. Jag ser det här som min dröm att kunna gå från en smal svensk film i USA till att det eventuellt skulle kunna vara att jag som skådespelare får synas mer. Den chansen vill inte jag missa. Nej, precis.
Förlåt, vi behöver pausa det här spåret här.
Yes.
Men jag tycker det här är superviktigt, och det här är också ett intressant exempel därför att här finns det en förlaga. Vi kan förstå vad en dubbning är och hur man skulle betala för det och hur rättigheterna fungerar kring dubbningen. Men det finns massor med ytterligare sätt att göra det här där vi inte har den traditionen att förlita oss på. Då måste vi prata om de här case by case eller lära oss principerna från början. Vi har slut på tid. Jättestort tack. Olle och Fredrik, ni kommer att finnas här också idag så man kan haffa dem i pauserna. Tack. Tack så mycket. Så. Tack sen. All right. Back to English. Our next speaker is a film and media innovation strategist. He is an award-winning film producer and programmer, public speaker and moderator, mediatainment and technology entrepreneur. He has a very large business card. I'm joking, nobody has a business card anymore. He is the founder of Storytech, which is a creative technology-focused innovation and venture studio. And he's also the strategic advisor and head of the innovation track Next at the Marché du Film at the Festival de Cannes. Please welcome to us online, Sten Saluveer.
Good morning, and thanks, Johanna, for this introduction. I'm so sorry I can't be with you today, but I see some very familiar faces in the front row. Hi, Kathryn. And hi, Caleb and Shelby. So yeah, thanks for having me. So today I'm going to try to give you in 15 minutes and about 60 slides, which you can also get later. Don't worry, you don't need to take notes. A little bit about a kind of an inside look from a producer and the market manager perspective into the artificial intelligence, a little bit of the virtual production explosion that has been going on around in the past year or so. And then asking the question if and when and AI does the job. What we're going to talk about actually today is that I'm trying to kind of a little bit recontextualize the Gen AI explosion for you, and especially in film. A little bit talk about what the new market opportunities from my perspective. And then I would really like to touch upon the subject of skills, and more skills. Both Kathryn and Shelby and Caleb have been great educators, both in VP and skills. And I can't stress enough that primarily the big challenge for us will be not so much of the technology, but the skills that we're going to have to tame the technology. And believe it or not, in my opinion, the game is just starting from Sweden and the EU film sector as well. Well, as Johanna said, I have a little hard time kind of defining who am I. Am I a creative technologist or am I a technological storyteller? But what I think myself is that every day when I wake up, I try to basically help art, cinema, and creativity to flourish now, whatever the technological or political configuration is. So yes, I've been a musician, film and media television producer, entrepreneur, worked quite a lot with startups, invested into 32 companies in the past 3 years, and have helped to exit 4 of them. raised about 12 million euros for different projects, and being totally unsustainable myself, still learning by failing and doing, and mostly spend my time with our Storytech Venture Studio and the Cannes Film Festival and the next program, which I hope some of you might have attended. Here are some of the films which I've helped to produce. And here, for example, a fireside chat with Roman Coppola, the Picture This conference tomorrow in Copenhagen, and some of the curatorial work, and then etc. But if a lot of people ask you, like, how do you have enough time to do this, then I'd like to point out to one of my big superheroes, Jörn Donner, very well known both in Sweden and Finland, a screenwriter, a producer, who wrote only 60 books, 4,000 articles, 14 screenplays, 60 produced film, 5 Jussi Awards, 1 Oscar for collaboration with Ingmar Bergman, 3 times married, 6 biological children, 8 Fish, No Meat, and never read James Joyce's Odysseus. So I guess when you're really passionate about something, you'll just find time to pursue your dreams. But let's a little bit look then at what, who, and how will do the jobs of the future in cinema. As you might have heard today, what we're really kind of witnessing is an unprecedented explosion of everything artificial intelligence. ChatGPT has seen amazing growth of basically sprinting to hundreds of millions of users in a split second. For Netflix to get to that point, it took 3.5 years, and for ChatGPT, it took only 5 days. So we really see that some type of a new, really drastic change in the landscape is happening. They went from 1 million to 100 million 2 months after the launch, but ChatGPT is not only the case. What I would basically recommend you to do is to very quickly go after or during this conference to look up Sequoia. Sequoia is one of the most well-known venture capital companies in the world. And about 2 years ago, they put out their roadmap, what they think the generative AI landscape will be. What is really interesting that they basically said that in 2023, AI gets good at scientific papers, recognizing more languages and more verticals than English. It can do mock-ups of product design, architecture, etc. And we have basic and first draft of videos and 3D files. This was what they said 2 years ago. Well, actually last week, they published their follow-up to this report. And what they basically say is that we are already in Act 2. We have been actually moving much more faster than the usually very optimistic Silicon Valley venture capitalists say, is that we are now getting from Act 1, which was technology first, into Act 2, which will be the customer or you first. The technology is not anymore the problem. It's what us, the filmmakers, the creatives, will do with that technology. And I think it's quite shocking to understand really that we are really ahead of the curve. We are moving faster than Sequoia predicted. The speed of change is so fast that things in this generative AI landscape, especially for cinema, are happening not by years, they're happening by months, if not only weeks. Every week there is something new coming out. So the big question is, can we ignore it or not? I think a big signal of this time is what happened this year at the Venice Film Festival. At this year's Venice, 3 AI films were launched, including one of them playing in the program. It was Harmony Korrein's Agrodrift. And the fact that there were 3 films in and around Venice without any big drama also shows how deep the change is. I personally remember when one of the streamers tried to come to Cannes. And as you all might have remembered, there were cases with projection, and there were quite big protests in front of the Palais, and etc. This time we are witnessing a very, very radical shift in our whole audiovisual landscape without any type of a big drama attached to it. The content is here, the quality is here. And now the question is how we're going to surf this tsunami or the wave that's coming up at us. And of course, this is just the beginning and the tip of the iceberg. Actually, next week, Ed Saatchi's a company which put out this infamous South Park episode, which was fully generated by AI, will host their first AI and Games Festival in San Francisco. Believe it or not, they are previewing 4 full-length feature film generated by AI. We're not talking anymore about shorts. We're talking about feature films which are in production using those tools. That's going to happen next week. Dubai has just recently launched their first AI film festival, and Runway with some of their partners are going to have quite a big one also next year. So yes, this wave is here. And if we really try to conceptualize, it's not only about images or scripts. It's about brainstorming, it's about screenwriting, it's about lookbook and character creation, it's about set design, audio post, audience identification, market analysis, dubbing and voiceover, video post, editing, and et cetera, and et cetera. So I guess really the comparison here is that we are going from silence to talkies or black and white to color film. The impact of this wave will be as big. And if you don't believe me, I've just put 2 screenshots from the latest Atomic report. It's not only about ChatGPT or Runway. You can see that the map of those tools that are coming into this space is close to a tsunami. As I said, now the big question is how we're going to navigate this space. Big shout out to Shelby and Caleb, who have created the first, as far as I know, the first filmmaking academy for creatives from AI. And, you know, I have to kind of console you that in many ways, we all are in the same starting point. Turned out to be that myself, someone very high from virtual production from Netflix, and some of the other industry people have signed up this course. So this wave is very new, and I guess we all have to make the best out of it. So the big question for you is, what is your most important skill for the future if we see that this tool tsunami and this big paradigm tsunami is coming in? I personally believe that one of the key skills is prompting. If you are not familiar with prompting, then please do familiarize it. Prompting basically is a concept where you can tell the AI what it's supposed to do for you. So I guess, you know, it would be the same comparison that if you go from Steam back or film editing into Avid or Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro. We are in the verge where a lot of the creative work and a lot of the mechanical work, what we're going to do, will be automated. And the most useful skill is to understand, at least in very broad terms, how that automation works. Is it about text? Is it about videos? Is it about images or sound? Prompting is something that will be a very, very inherent toolbox for you. What I want to show you very quickly right now is a couple of a very, very short clip out of a 10-minute film. This is an animation film that was produced last year by Corridor Digital. It's a YouTube native studio that produces television and feature content, but only for digital platforms. And they came out with an animation called Rock, Paper, Scissors. Everything that you see here on screen, a platform quality animation, is fully prompted. It has had 0 animators working on this concept. It's all done by open source, free AI tools. I'll just show you a little bit of the quality. So isn't that amazing? You know, work that used to take tens and tens of animators and, hand drawings, concept arts, and etc. This was all achieved in a very, very small studio in LA, just basically using off-the-shelf DSL cameras, open source tools such as Stable Diffusion, and I think there was a green screen and some little bit of DaVinci magic happened. And I think for me personally, this is an extraordinary feat in a sense, because it really shows how capable the tools are and how fast and how budget optimized you can actually come to a very good creative input. But of course, AI is not only, as I said before, it's not only about video. It's also about sound. And I think for me, the very good quality metric, especially in sound post-production, is the case with Lucasfilm and Refuge. Refuge is a Ukrainian company that is basically able to ethically, and I stress ethically, synthesize voiceover sound, making the work of dubbing artists and post-production supervisors very helpful. I think it's quite extraordinary that James Earl Jones signed up his voice of one of the biggest villains in the cinematic universe to AI, of Darth Vader. And what's really great about the Refuge is also the fact that they have a voice marketplace where for $40 you can actually get a voice, a fully high-quality synthetic voice, and make it work for your trailers or proof of concept, and etc. Just playing a little clip for you as a sample. So let me just very quickly wrap this up on the skill horizon. It's definitely clear that AI tools are coming in from doors and windows, and especially they are going to also influence virtual production because this is where most
Sten,
of the prompts and assets are going to go.
Yeah. Sten, we didn't have the sound on the previous clips. I wonder if we can fix that and hear it again. Yes.
I think that might be a technical issue on your end because I have sound sharing.
Yeah, exactly. So could you go back to the previous slide to just to the re-speecher test? Let's see if we can make the audio work here. Yes, please. If you just play that again.
Shall I try to reshare again? Or okay, I'll play it again.
Just play it again and we'll see if it's at our end. I can't. I'm sorry, we can't hear your videos.
Okay,
which is crazy since we could literally hear them 15 minutes ago. This is what we need an AI to solve. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But what I will do is that I'll bounce that clip into the chat and you can watch it later, or you can just pull it up on your phones. Sorry for that. Well, where this is going to definitely hit the fan is virtual production, right? I've already seen a concept in London where you have a possibility to prompt full 4K backgrounds with open source tools to big LED screens. So the works of set designers, concept artists, and etc. will be very profoundly changed. And I think it's a very exciting field because we're not only talking about just LED screens. It's about in-camera VFX. It's about previous tech viz, 3D asset management, virtual scouting, cloud editing, motion capture. Kathryn can more tell you about that for sure. But in principle, these are the verticals where AI is going to hit. And if you think that, should I invest my time in there? This is going to be a 5 billion euro industry by 2026, and a good VP supervisor makes much more than a screenwriter and a director because there's such a huge shortage of global talent in this industry who know how the AI tools work, but also have the ability to master cinematic language. And this is, of course, exactly what we do every year, or what we put attention in Cannes at our Global Virtual Production Summit, where we're trying to also demystify and give some of the tools available for you to play. On the right, you see a picture from the volume what we built this year together with Film Soho and some of the partners, where we actually made those very expensive technologies available for everyone. Now, I want to come to the question of skills. And where we definitely see that the skills are kind of learned on the site, but what we also see is that the big issue, what everybody says in the industry, that we don't really have the skills and the experiences relevant for this industry. And of course, this is a new skill renaissance area. In order to make in this new AI and VP world, you need to have high attention to visual detail, understanding, of course, all the storytelling goals, strongest interdisciplinary background. But you also have to know AI tools and engines, do problem solving and set leading and comms. And all of those disciplines of VFX, architecture, cinema, XR, MR, broadcast events, and etc. gaming, they're all merging into this new film producer or film creator 2.0. So what I'm trying to basically say is that from those examples, if you're not convinced enough, AI will optimize what it can. It will make things faster what it can. And the only way is to surf this whale is heavily invest in your skills. Within 3 or 4 years, from already all those piloting examples, we are getting to an era from original content era, creator content era, what we're having right now, into a personalized synthetic AI content era, where algorithms will start generating content for us in a visual fidelity totally indistinguishable from cinematic productions. I think the fact that we have 4 feature films is a good testimony. Those AI skills are a must for any industry, including for you or us in the cinema. And these skills will differentiate winners and losers. And obviously, we need to figure out what are the ethics. Anna will definitely talk more about it today, but you have to participate actively. You should not misuse the tools, but you also should not forget about the creative opportunity. And a few weeks ago, I was in Taiwan and went to see an exhibition of Edward Yang, one of their most celebrated directors. And I picked up this quote from him, which was fantastic, which said, it doesn't matter how advanced the new tool is if people don't understand how to use them in creative ways. So please start thinking about them in creative ways. Finally, I just want to kind of wrap on the skill aspect. So the Harvard Business Review just did a recent study where they found out that the average half-life of skills is now less than 5 years, and in some tech fields for the lowest 2.5 years, and that's definitely clear for cinema and AI as well. So you have to start very seriously thinking about upskilling. Ethan Mollick and his colleagues just published last week an extraordinary study where they looked at more than 2,000 professionals who both used AI and not. And what really came out was something really interesting. If you are a really, really good specialist in your field, what you can see here on the right side, and if you use AI tools, your capacity for better work is going to, or your productivity is going to raise about 17%. If you're somewhere on the mid-tier, it's going to be about 43%, which means is that you're half better. So think about it. If you really want to, if you are in a position where you're working as a mid or mid-higher tier managerial level, and you have access to those tools, and they can make your work either more efficient or more creative by oh, look, European Film Academy is calling. Exactly about skills. So yeah, you can see that your skills are, your upskill is going to be very, very important. And, you know, a lot of people have, I think, wake up each morning with, but what I can tell you is that what this call is exactly going to be about is about understanding what are the skills needed in the European film industry. So the context of this call is perfect. Anyway, I do also wake up every morning and I look at those tools and the overall changing of the landscape. And I'm also afraid of change. But what I found very encouraging is that Liv Ullmann, of course, the great Scandinavian film muse, she wrote this book called Changing. And that's about 50 years ago. But what is really interesting about that book is that everything what she wrote about the industry is exactly valid half a decade later. And I think very beautifully, she says that we should really not be afraid of the change, right? We should have a conscious drive, and it's totally human to be afraid of that change. And go and conquer the change if you really want to be the best filmmakers and best artists. So don't be discovered. So if you all think that all of those tools are coming from the United States or China or everywhere else, is it really a doom and gloom for Europe? I don't really think so. You might have seen that about 3 weeks ago, on 6th of September, Thierry Breton, the European Commissioner, put out something very bold, which is called the Digital Market Act, right? If you might have not heard about it, this is quite a big game changer. So what that basically means is that certain types of big platforms, all of our big tech friends, if they don't comply to certain type of regulations, including interoperability, taxation, and etc., the Commission is going to go after them. Is that really good or bad at the end of the day for the customer? Very hard to say, because some of those goals are very hard to achieve. But what it really does is that it just creates a market opportunity, and it tries to basically create a situation where we will have more uniform or more equal access to tools and more equal game at the platforms. So what I'm trying to say here is that the game for this new AI-powered cinema and media era has not been lost. It's literally starting. We have just run the first mile of a 50-kilometer marathon, and everybody are here having an equal opportunity. We are all struggling with the skills. We are all trying to figure out the technology, and moreover, we're trying to figure out the semantics and the visual grammar of what this new era will be. So don't be discouraged. Get ready for the marathon. And I personally think it's the best time in Europe. We have extraordinary conferences such as the one here. We have different investment programs such as Stadium. Horizon Europe is putting unprecedented money into the film and content industry as well as tech. We have the Creative Kick specific programs for data insights into the European film industry, such as Christina, things around ethical AI use, such as media numeric, all kinds of programs, and etc. So I would really encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity. So the DMA really creates a situation of what's next, and it creates a market opening for us to come out and say, hey, we want to use this technology on our own terms. We can be a digital champion, and by the way, the European budget for 25 to 27 is right now being discussed. So how about putting forward that we need great European AI tools which are ethical, copyright compliant, and benefit for everyone? Have your say. And that also applies for the skills. So I'd like to kind of wrap this up with a quote from Ivan Shapiro, who's a media cartographer, and I think he very beautifully says that European legacy media, and I replaced that with cinema, has many handicaps, but also numerous advantages. And as the streamers also figure out their new model, we do really have a moment to learn into its ingrained advantages and get out ahead of the curve. But we need to change quite a lot of our old world thinking to do so. So if you kind of think about it, then I'd like to encourage you to think that the cinema of the future is no longer about the digital transformation, but it's about the transformation of digital, whatever creatively you want to do. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Thank you so much, Sten-Kristian. That was joyful. Give Matthijs our love when you talk to him. Greetings from Stockholm to him as well. I'm going to say thank you to you here, Sten, and move on directly to Caleb and Shelby. Thank you for your time. Thanks. Bye.
Super. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes. It's always a ride with Sten. But also one of the best things, and I know also, I know a lot of Estonians, and it's also a cultural thing, is even more than Finns, they will just tell you how it is. Like, I mean, there's a vibe. You might feel maybe Sten Saluveer is a hype man. I like, no, he's Estonian. He's just telling it as he sees it. All right. Trying to like get back from like Sten's pace to normal pace. Even for me, a challenge. All right. Our next two speakers represent Curious Refuge, which is the world's first online home for AI filmmakers. We have already seen it teased today. We're going to hear from the CEO, Caleb Ward, who is a prominent advocate for helping artists expand their creativity with AI. And Caleb has a career in online art education that has led him to train artists across the creative landscape, from aspiring creatives to Academy Award winners. Caleb Ward is the COO of Curious Refuge, and Shelby has, I don't know what I just said, Shelby Ward is the COO of Curious Refuge. Shelby has spent her career cultivating artist education communities in the motion design and VFX space, assisting artists at the highest levels of the industry, from Disney to Netflix. She is passionate about creating an optimistic and inclusive creative community centered around modern technology, and that's also what Curious Refuge is all about. Thank you for being here. Welcome very much. Big welcome.
Hello. All right, it's working. Caleb works for us. We can just be one unit. But yeah, thank you for having us. So we are Caleb and Shelby, and we actually do kind of go at the same pace as Sten, so we'll try to calm down a little bit, but we'll see. Okay, so thank you for having us. We're super grateful to be here, and since we're talking about all things AI, we first wanted to greet you with a six-finger hand here, because that is the trope of AI, as we all know. So here's a bit of the agenda of what we'll cover in our talk. I won't read all of those, but so first, what is Curious Refuge? So we are Curious Refuge. We have been married for almost 12 years, but Caleb and I have been creative collaborators for even longer than that. We began creating short films together as kids, and we have worked together to grow multiple seven-figure companies, specifically in the creative space. So sorry for my mic hitting. Let me do this.
Oh, it's your earring, I think.
Yep. Sorry, guys. Let me just... Let's see if that's better. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Caleb and I are both passionate. Let's see if this works.
I might have to play it here.
We are passionate about online education, education in general, and the democratizing power of education. So we, for years, helped train animators and motion designers to learn the skills they needed to land jobs in the industry. And up until about 4 months ago, we helped to train VFX artists in traditional VFX pipelines. So we helped to teach Houdini, Nuke, and Unreal Engine, and worked with major studios to do that. And I say 4 months ago because around that time, maybe 5-6 months ago, we saw videos like Harry Potter, Balenciaga, and we saw, okay, AI was used to captivate an audience. This is pretty amazing. Can AI be used to create a convincing cinematic trailer, a pitch for a film? And so with that question, we started playing around with the tools and putting together these concept trailers like Wes Anderson Star Wars or Wes Anderson creating Lord of the Rings. And it was just for fun. It was just experimental, playing around. And so Caleb put the first one together on our patio in about 20 hours, just hanging out outside, which is incredible. And so we went to bed, and this had about 200 views, and the next day it had 500,000, and so it went mega viral. And it even was picked up in the Hollywood Reporter, which was amazing. And then it got picked up in major publications all around, which we were just amazed by. And so we got a ton of emails, people saying, how did you create this trailer? Teach us. And so we decided, since we have an extensive background in online education and creating courses, we put together a workshop training artists how to use these tools in a filmmaking context. And so that is what we do now at Curious Refuge. We help to contextualize new AI tools, and every week we release AI film news, along with curating an AI art gallery with different stories we find online and different concepts. And so I'll kick it to Caleb, who will talk a bit about what is happening with AI.
Yeah, so obviously, when it comes to artificial intelligence, there's a lot of press talking about these tools. So back in 2022, Time magazine said that AI is one of the best inventions of 2022. And you know what they said 2 months ago? It also might be ending humanity. So if you go to the press, they're going to give you very polarized and very contradictory information about what is happening with artificial intelligence. But we really feel like AI is opening up creative opportunities for artists. And hopefully what's come across is that we really don't take ourselves too seriously at Curious Refuge. We love to have fun and explore the creative possibilities of these tools, like with this Barbenheimer trailer. And we really feel like what's happening with artificial intelligence is that we are no longer labor alone, we are curators. Every single artist is being elevated to the place of director to take the input that they are putting into these machines and sifting through the output to essentially increase their creative capacity. So in the past, we would learn as technical artists software, and that specific software would perform a very specific function in the pipeline of putting together a film. For example, myself, I spent over a decade learning After Effects to use on motion design and visual effects projects. However, with artificial intelligence, what is happening is we are now given a ton of visual output, and it's our job as humans to curate that output to figure out which piece will help to assist with our story. And we also feel like AI is the great democratizer of creativity. It is unlocking the ability for artists around the world who might not have normally been able to get their story concepts out there. They're able to get those concepts out for the very first time. For example, this film concept that you're watching right now was created by a woman living in the Middle East in less than a week.
All right, so how is AI shaping creativity? About a year ago, we began playing around with these tools, and they were fun at the time. We were enjoying turning our Chihuahua into a Renaissance painting, but it was novel, right? But as these tools began to evolve, we quickly started seeing like, oh wait, you can actually use these in a creative way to work through projects. And so with ChatGPT getting better at creatively communicating, with Midjourney getting better at these images, I mean, it's improved so much that we were able to see, oh, we can definitely begin to use these. And so as Caleb said, you have more iterations than ever before. And so feedback no longer takes days when you're needing a revision on something, but it takes seconds. So for example, we wanted to see what Midjourney would give us if we took Curious Refuge, our brand, and asked, can we have a version of Curious Refuge. What would it look like as a home, as a building? So we took our core values, joy, optimism, wonder, play, and we prompted for that. And we got all of these images, which are pretty amazing. But then with some quick changes to our prompt, we were able to add this repeater code. We now have many more versions to select from. So curation and taste is going to be so important. And these images are not just good, but they're pretty great. I mean, each of these are unique and creative. And I don't know about you, but I would love to hang out in this room and just have a coffee, read a book. It looks very cozy. And so here's an idea. Say you're working on a film where you need a shot of a person drinking a soda in a futuristic sci-fi world. Okay, we can search the web, and we did, and this is the one image we found. It's cute, it's not a person, but we can maybe work with it, but it's definitely not in line with the creative direction of our project. And so we can take that same prompt into Midjourney, and we have now 4 images to work with. And so we can ask for variants of this. But what's amazing in Midjourney is you can direct the image even further. If you turn on the remix setting, you can prompt specifically more for what you need. So we can say, let's add some muted green color grading and maybe some yellow neon to the background. And now we have that as well, which is incredible. And so we can ask for variations of the image we like. And now we're getting closer to maybe the creative direction of our film. So we can just up-res this one and move forward. So now we have a frame that we can work with. All right, and so we specifically for this shot wanted to use Pika Labs for movement, but you can use Runway as well. And so in this, we could have prompted and said, move the glass or turn his head, but we wanted to see what Pika would give us. So we just said for 2 motion, and then we add this negative prompting to hopefully save us some time later on. So we say negative, erratic fluctuation in motion, negative noise, bad quality, in hopes to give us the best version of this. And so we have this little video we can work with for our film. And here's another fun example of how AI is shaping our creativity. So this is actually an older version of Midjourney. Last year, a friend of mine who is a costume designer was working on a project and getting some ideas through Midjourney. And so she submitted her idea into a fashion design competition and was selected and was able to build this costume, this dress for the competition. And so they were able to go into the show with that reference, and then they built this dress, and it was incredible. And so just pulling reference images has never been easier, which is amazing.
So now we want to talk about what is possible with artificial intelligence. And so a couple weeks ago, we were asked to give a presentation to some producers and directors out in Hollywood about the potential of using AI and what it's capable of putting together. The problem is my mother was in town for the weekend, and so we didn't have enough time to put together a presentation. So we only had a few hours on Monday before the presentation to put together a quick film concept, and the result is the video that we are about to play. Hopefully it has audio. We'll see. And I should note that we were doing a pitch to some folks that were connected to Disney, so that's why it lives in the Star Wars universe.
I think he's near.
Bisous.
Hello again, Lisa Ratano. I need the artifact. Tunoka, this. So you don't want to play nice? What if I let the Empire know about your illegal operation? I think he's over here. Vale. Jost Levza. You can tell Vader about this one, not me.
Okay, I don't know if you noticed, the Jedi looks familiar. It's actually Caleb's face, which is amazing.
Handsome, I might add.
I also love that he's like, you can tell Vader about this one. Some fun there. Drama.
So for that project, we used ChatGPT to come up with the concept. It created a shot list. It even created an entire alien language because I needed them to speak, a cool Star Wars language. So I asked ChatGPT to create a language that mirrors human language, and it had verb conjugations, past and present tense, and all I had to do was feed it lines, and it would output a fictitious alien language, and it even named it Galaxian, which I think is really cool. And the underlying imagery was created using Midjourney, which produces the most cinematic imagery that we've seen up to this point. And all of the voices were generated using an AI voice tool that I'll show you in just a little bit. And we took the images and animated them in a tool called Pika Labs. This video here was animated using Runway, which has already had improvements over some of the visuals that you can see here.
So what is not possible currently with AI? Human expression, you can't really prompt for human expression that is going to be convincing. You can get some pretty dramatic faces, but it's not really convincing at the moment. So lifelike movements, we can get these small, maybe in this scene, if we wanted them to hug, we can get sort of that subtle movement. We can prompt for for much more movement, but it would just kind of distort and fall apart. So that's still something that could be improved upon. And then multi-shot compilations. So say we had a scene where we're like, an owner is throwing a ball across the room for their dog, and then you have the shot of them throwing the ball, the dog, and then the ball, right? You can't prompt for that entire compilation. You would have to prompt for each shot and then cut it together. And then character consistency. We have a few tips in our workshop for character consistency. It's still pretty challenging to create that with these tools.
So now we are going to address the biggest question that we get as it relates to artificial intelligence. What is the timeline for the adoption of these tools? So before I show you these slides, I want to note that this is in no way a guarantee. These tools obviously are advancing very quickly. It really is anyone's guess as to how the actual timeline is going to progress with the adoption. And we are not trying to push into fear, but we also want to be honest with you about this timeline. And we did not coordinate with Sten, by the way. So many of his slides are going to be like my slides here. He has no idea what our deck was about. This is funny. So I'm going to just remind you that this was Sequoia Capital's report from last year about generative AI. This is what they said this year. I'm not going to get into all of the text and read it out, but basically they said it's moving faster than we thought. And you can actually scan this link here to download the next few slides. I can almost promise you that you're going to want to reference them after this talk. Essentially, I'm going to give you a month-by-month breakdown of how things are, we believe, likely going to unfold based on the technology that we see day in and day out using these tools. So currently possible, and I left out some stuff here and was reminded of a few things earlier this morning, but obviously AI has the power to immediately help as it relates to pre-visualization, creating concept trailers, dubbing, outpainting, set extension. It's really interesting. I saw an example. There was a filmmaker that they shot an interior shot with tight medium shots, but then they wanted to expand the scene into a completely new world, and so they used some outpainting features to basically go from a very cheap, low-budget shot to it living in an environment that would have been cost prohibitive to create. So very interesting. This is all possible right now. Now, 3 months from now, we believe that commercial normalization will happen. Essentially, what we mean by that is in specifically the advertising space, AI will be more prominent. We also will see lip sync features that feel more natural, and we've already seen some of those innovations recently with tools like HeyGen, which I've used to translate my voice into multiple languages inside of our course. And about a year from now, we believe that there will be specialized film adoption. And what we mean by that is AI will be used for supplementary content inside of a film. So not your primary actors, but establishing shots, details, things that are expensive but not connected to the human performance. And at the end of next year, we will more than likely see ChatGPT 5 release. That's the rough timeline that we're seeing at this point, and the quality is going to be incredible from that. Around 18 months from now, we believe that prompt to entertainment is going to begin. And prompt to entertainment essentially is people typing in a prompt, I want to see this specific type of entertainment, and seeing a multi-shot composition that tells a story. It's going to be very rudimentary at first, but it will quickly improve. Obviously, there's already been some innovations that allow you to upload a film treatment and begin to see storyboards. Essentially, we'll be able to see an entire trailer just from a treatment. 24 months from now, we believe that we will begin to see cinematic quality from a single prompt. You know, we're not talking about cinematic quality as it relates to Hollywood right now, but online cinematic quality, and it will begin to tell short-form stories. And studio quality VFX will begin to be accessible through in-painting, which is an AI technique, and prompting. And then 36 months from now, this is the last slide. Hilarious that it's actually exactly connected to the timeline that Sten was talking about. But the widespread adoption of AI as a storytelling tool, we believe will be here. And so Sequoia Capital's prediction was for 2030 for this to be a reality. We believe we're looking at 2027 roughly.
And again, that's interesting that we didn't talk to Sten about any of this, and he is looking at the same timelines, which is very interesting.
And we really believe that at this point, essentially, it will be the role of storyteller and filmmaker, it will be much more democratized. You no longer will need to have the biggest budgets or be born into the right family or the right socioeconomic status in order to tell a compelling story. You'll be able to use these tools with the tools available to you to create some interesting concepts. So how can you start today? Well, thanks for giving us this graphic, Sten. This is a partial list of all the AI tools that are available to you. So I'm going to do you a favor. This is a different QR code. We curate a list of available AI tools specifically for filmmakers. We keep this up to date week by week. We rate them for their usefulness for filmmakers. And we also do tutorials and breakdowns about how to use each one. Here's a few of our favorites. You probably recognize the logos of a few of these tools. I'm just going to go through just some very quick practical applications real quick. So ChatGPT, obviously we all know ChatGPT. Make sure that you're running ChatGPT 4. If you're not paying for ChatGPT, you're not using ChatGPT 4. So make sure you're paying for that. It's the most advanced language model. We prompted here and asked ChatGPT to put together 5 film ideas on a budget of less than $10 million. It gave us 5 ideas that were pretty interesting, honestly. We asked it to write a treatment for number 1, and it gave us a 3-act structure with characters, visual style, and kind of gave us a direction in how we can take the film. You then can go over to Midjourney to create the imagery to begin to pre-visualize. This is not like a fictitious concept. We use this technique. We've been working with some incredible filmmakers out in Hollywood to visualize their film, and they're literally able to communicate exactly what they want to see to their DPs. There's also other tools like Topaz Video and Gigapixel that basically can take low-res assets and up-res them into 4K and beyond. This tool is incredible, and if you think about, especially from a documentary perspective, taking low-res assets that were shot in the past and then up-resing them into super high-res quality is very powerful. Now, I should note before I get to the next slide, there's going to be some like scary stuff on the screen. This was actually because we are doing an AI horror film competition. This is the trailer for it. But again, there are basically image to video tools that basically can animate stills. And so we are having filmmakers put together their own AI concepts. And some of these are just disgusting. All right. And 11 Labs is one of my favorite voiceover tools. Essentially, you type in text and it gives you realistic voices, the voices they breathe. It's very weird to listen to an AI voice that's catching its breath. And you can...
Well, recently they cloned Caleb's voice, and we were working on a project where I didn't have VO from him, and I can just prompt the words he didn't say and use them for the rest of the video, which is incredible.
I had to have a serious conversation with my mother about that, because I told her if anyone ever calls saying it's me asking for ransom money, it's probably not me. So we have like a word that we're going to use if it's actually me, because I told her to disregard. Maybe that was a bad idea, actually. It's fine. Sending audio messages has never been easier, by the way. And the Adobe Enhance tool is actually really powerful as well. Essentially, you can upload audio from any device, so audio from just a regular laptop or your phone, run it through this AI tool. It sounds like it was recorded by a professional microphone in a high-end studio. So we shoot our weekly web show in our basement. The audio that we get from the camera is super echoey. It sounds terrible. We run it through this program. It sounds amazing.
Yeah. And so for final question, how can you stay relevant? These are a lot of tools, a lot of things we've discussed. It might feel a lot like this to everyone right now, which makes sense. Here are a few newsletters we'd recommend subscribing to. AI Valley talks a lot about all things AI. AI Artists here talks about AI for artists, and then we talk about AI as it relates to filmmaking. Here are a few YouTube channels we also really enjoy. Matt Wolf contextualizes all things AI, theoretically media. We love Tim. He talks about AI and art, and then we contextualize for filmmakers. And so we are on Twitter all the time. We have a full-time team member who is just on Twitter looking at new tools, looking at ways people are using the tools, giving us the context so that we can communicate it with the community. And so if you are looking to learn these tools, stay on Twitter, even though sometimes that can be challenging. Yeah, and then again, we at Curious Refuge curate an AI art gallery. And so we try to post, I think we post like 5 articles a day as a team. So we try to, be online, like looking for the latest content to share. And then also, we have a filmmaking course. So if you want to check that out, it actually starts today. So everyone's in there greeting each other and getting started. And so we update this weekly because these tools are changing so often. And so yeah, no pressure to join, but it would be fun to see you there. Cool. And thank you for having us. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's sit down No need. I have manually muted myself. There we are. We're going to do the questions part as part of the panel. I would also like immediately to invite 2 more panelists to the stage, Linda Särnö and Thomas Wall. Welcome. Thank you. So you guys have hand mics, I think, right there, and I hope there's, fresh glasses for us as well. That's great. Perfect. First, thank you so much. Once again, an emotional journey. You think you know things, and then it turns out you don't. In fact, one does not know things. I would like to just start, in case you're now bursting with reactions. Do you have any top of mind? Very first, of course, I should tell everyone who you guys are. I apologize. Linda Särnö is a film director, educated at the Gothenburg University. Today, responsible for the film education at that university. So all the film educations at HDK Valan and Gothenburg University. Thomas Wall has a very impressive career in visual effects, working with established companies in London and New York, and is also the founder of Cinegrace, which is a complete post-production house, and also a pioneer in virtual production for Scandinavian budgets, which is like a precision that I love in the mission statement. So, do you have any first reactions, Thomas or Linda, to what we just heard or what we've heard earlier this morning? Go.
No, my reaction was, what should I ask or talk about after this? Because what you're saying is something I follow quite on a everyday basis. So I was like, what we could we could look at real examples that are already happening. Like if you look at, instead of feature films, and you look at commercials, because commercials, they come in like, you get a question, can you do this within 4 weeks? You might have shot it, edited, done the visual effects, and it's out. So it's like a really fast turnover. So commercials is a really good way of see where things are heading if you look at like long format feature films and TV series and such. And I actually have an example. 3 weeks ago, we were in a meeting, and it's exactly what you talked about. We had this framing of a couple eating spaghetti for a commercial. It wasn't for spaghetti, it was for something else. But I do remember they said, we would like to see more ceiling. And what do? You need to do like a set extension. And what we did, I just took the still image from that shot, piped it into Photoshop, and we used a generative fill. And I think we did 10 different versions of it, and we found like a good extension that we liked, dropped it back, did a 2D track on top of it, and it was all kind of, so some manual labor obviously, but within an hour we had a full new frame, and the marketing director was in this approval and approved it straight away. And that is basically probably 2 to 4 days of work within an hour.
It's fantastic.
So that's already happening.
Linda, what's your first reaction?
Well, yes, you can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm very proud of working in a university, since it is a learning institution. But sitting here this morning, listening to everything that's going on, I can pride myself to be within a learning institution in a learning industry, really. We can see that the learning in these new techniques are happening everywhere, in film production companies, in film festivals, in the creative people. It's an ongoing learning in the whole industry, and I think that's very fascinating to see that it's really happening. The learning is happening now.
My top of mind thing that I couldn't quite get past is when you made the prompting examples, I thought it was very interesting. You mentioned negative prompting. So just to check that I understand that correctly, you gave it first. You do instructions, the prompts about what you would like to see, and then to save time, you also have to specifically tell it, please don't make it blurry, please don't make it noisy, please don't make it move erratically. So it knows how to not do the things, but it might not do the things unless you ask it to not do the things. And that is a very counterintuitive. That's clues to how these models work. It's not like working with a human. A human will try to do its best, always. It's not going to intentionally make it blurry. But the machine doesn't know what we prefer, so you need to also tell them, don't make it bad. That's a very sort of counterintuitive thing to me. And I get just something about working with humans there that seems quite strange. I don't know, this is not really a question. I'm just like stuck at this. Caleb.
I don't know if it's really that strange. I mean, imagine if, let's say you're working in a business setting and there's an intern that's getting you coffee. You're like, hey, could you get me some coffee, please? And they start walking to get you coffee. You say, oh, wait, no regular milk and no real sugar. I think that we negative prompt all the time. We're just not used to it in a creative context.
Good point, yeah. The other follow, like just little control that I wanted to ask, control question is, so when you talked about what the AI cannot currently generate, so there was this example, this fantastic little Star Wars thing, and then you say, well, like the face is not great, and the character consistency is not great. But then what we have heard today, again, tell me if I'm wrong, we could take, once we have produced that material, that film, we can say, oh, now I'm going to replace this face with a performance capture that I've made on my phone, and then I will have a consistent character or work in a real performance. And that's right. That could be done.
That is right, yes. So like using tools like what Metaphysic is doing, you can absolutely capture the expression and
and insert essentially a real actor, for instance, or myself into this generated film. Okay.
Yeah, it's just contextualizing the tools, right? What's available and where to use them in the pipeline. Yeah.
And really, I think that hits on what the future of entertainment might be like, which is a personalized experience where you are one of the main characters in the actual piece that you're watching.
Okay. I just feel like so the purpose of this conversation, we're going to reflect a little bit. We're also going to let the audience in, is to think about how will our work be changed by these new tools, and what do we need to learn right now. And I mean, I don't know where to begin. Linda, for instance, so Honikovalon is a very sort of author-oriented school. That's fair to say, right? It's a very small program you take. You said, was it 6 students a year?
In the bachelor program, we take 6 students every year, and the master program, 8 students every year.
And these are very specific artistic voices that emerge from a school like this in a very specific artistic tradition that is built on individuality. And artistic expression, like the sort of core of how European art house cinema tends to work. So what happens to filmmakers like this in an environment like this? What are some thoughts that you have on this? Who would like to begin? Shelby.
Sure, yeah, I think continuing to curate taste, I think taste is going to be important. So those artists continuing to develop their own style and taste, they're still going to be able to prompt and direct for those things. And I think, you know, even yesterday we went to the photography museum here, and it was amazing to see all the different styles of each photographer that was represented there, right? And so I think it's going to be important for directors and prompt engineers to like study all these different artistic styles to learn for themselves who they are, and you'll still be able to prompt and direct for these things. I'd love to hear what you think.
Yeah, I totally agree. This experience of working with these tools, you're directing these tools. You know, prompting, you could use the word directing in many ways because it's very similar to a collaborative, creative environment. And so, you know, as certain prompt, we'll say AI celebrities in the filmmaking world have come to fruition over the last few months, really, we still see their own taste being represented. If I watch an AI project from one artist, from one film project to the next one, there are those through lines of individuality and taste and curation that you see. And from our course specifically, it's been very interesting because people who are trained in traditional storytelling techniques and art direction, who have really, to Shelby's point, acquired really fantastic taste and storytelling abilities, are the ones who have been creating the best AI stories up to this point. It's not just people who have no background in creativity or storytelling.
So that's people who are used to working with very small teams, for instance, or these kinds of like the poetic documentarians, for instance, are in a position to actually know how to work with this level of creative control of all of it, whereas somebody who comes from a very traditional film, let's say a Hollywood type film production environment, might not, in fact. No, Linda.
Our film education is based in an art school, which is not a traditional storytelling school. So our education is we look at our filmmakers as artists, and we, curiously enough, we talk a lot about what do we not see. So one of the ethoses of our school is to make the invisible visible, and what perspectives are lacking, what images are lacking. Right now, when we are sitting here, our first-year students in the bachelor program, their first semester in the school, enter a course where we triangulate technique, ethics, and aesthetics, which means if you use this kind of technique, many of them will go straight into AI today. If you use AI, what implication does it have on aesthetics? What implications does it have on ethics? So what we heard before about bias, about ethical transparency and so on, that's where we start, because we educate filmmakers who will critically engage in our industry to we have expectation they will renew it and challenge it, and also challenge the technical tool. So we spent a long time challenging the camera as a tool. What does it mean to use a camera? What does it mean? Now we go into this in the similar way, so we feel quite confident that business as usual, but as teachers we have also, in parallel with the students, we need to learn side by side about this new technique that's rolling out.
Thank you. I'm just going to say, I know you have a lot of emotions, but please try not to talk to each other during. And I will remind you that in the Menti tool, there is that Q&A field, and if you don't have that information right now and you have like a reflection you're bursting with, you can also just type it down on your phone and post it later when I'll give you the Menti information again, because it's super useful if you're feeling strong things for us to include that in the conversation. And of course, I'll also open here for questions in a little while. I just wanted to connect back to something Kathryn said this morning about what you are able to imagine your career to be like if you train to shoot on film. I'm wondering, what do you think the teams will be like? Because if we're just a few years away from generating entire films, why should I start studying today to become a cinematographer? And what happens if I already am a cinematographer? Thomas, what are you thinking?
No, I mean, what would happen to the teams? The first question, I mean, the first answer is probably they're going to be a lot smaller, and you can do everything yourself if you exaggerate it. You probably need influences from other people, and depends on if it's a pure art film, you might just do it for yourself. But if you want to do a commercial feature film, you probably want to talk to people. Could be ChatGPT, but you need someone to kind of guide you somewhere. And perhaps this is going to open up the key for you to do that film that you've always wanted to see in a very quick way. But I still think that, you know, teams are going to exist. It's like the short film that we saw the example of. I mean, they spent, I think, 3 months doing that. It's not just like they did it in a day, and they actually went into a green screen studio. They shot like prop plates on green. And then if you just look forward, you probably could, you're going to use matte extractions instead of sitting there and keying it yourself by hand, like we've always done it. So the director, pretend I am the director, I could probably do all of this myself together with 2 assistants, for example. So that sort of answers, I think, the team question. It's going to be a lot smaller. And if you have a side income, you can probably do this full-time and, you know, work in a gas station in the evenings and actually do your film and then hopefully sell it, and that's going to be your break. So yeah, and I think companies right now should start when they have like downtime, slow time. They should just try and do stuff that they want to do, because it hasn't been easier ever before.
And to address that point, in our program specifically, we have an 11-year-old girl going through the program who's creating film concepts, and a man who is a janitor in Indiana, and he's always dreamed of breaking into the creative world, and just because of his life situation, he's never been able to get his stories out. And using AI, he can finally do that for the first time.
Wait, so this 11-year-old and a janitor, they're studying with like Netflix executive and Sten Saluveer and Academy Award winners in the same program?
And you'd be surprised who has the better films.
Or maybe I wouldn't be surprised, because there's something here historically, and again, this is going to get into sensitive areas, so break for yourself, but historically, to be able to make, especially feature films, you kind of had to earn access to the tools. You had to, you know, and I know we've gone through all of these generations of democratization, like a lot of people in my generation are in film because of the indie film, you know, explosion in the 90s, and digital film has democratized things again. We've seen, you know, collectives like Crazy Pictures can exist because the tools have been democratized, and you didn't have to ask for permission. But it's in fact still true that you still kind of have to ask for permission, and there's this amazing threshold that you mentioned of learning software, and also sometimes convincing people to give you massive budgets. And if we seriously believe, which I do, I feel we have to, that those thresholds have disappeared, what happens to the profession? What happens to the way we protect the gateways to the profession? I think you said on a slide, the best storytellers will tell the best stories. Then who is a filmmaker? And also, what if you're a professional today, but you're not actually like a great storyteller? Or do you stop being a filmmaker? You know?
Yes.
Yes.
That's an easy question, really. I mean, come on. No, I think that what we're going to see, obviously there's going to be an explosion of, we'll call it content that's created. But with that, that doesn't mean that we are all going to consume that or that those are going to be very compelling stories. And so I think humans not only curating the output, but also curating what is being developed by simply, you know, watching these things. Let's say that it's online and sharing stories that resonate with you, with your community. I think is going to be very important. But I think the definition of who gets to be a filmmaker and to your point, who gets to pass through that gate that was very challenging to get through up to this point in time is definitely changing.
What we're trying to do in our little school is to encourage the students to work closer to their audience in different ways. We are like in the baby steps of beginning it, but I think that's a way also to do that, to create a relation to an audience, because how are you going to reach out? Where we are already, if we consider YouTube as a as a part of our world, I mean, how already we have so much content flying at us. How will you as a filmmaker reach out? So we have to really learn about these things also.
I think it's gonna like change the rules of filmmaking as well, because if anyone can do their own feature film, you know, just looking at TikTok, Instagram Reels, whatever, it's actually people just doing it for fun. And then someone skyrocket, become this famous star. They have no idea about storytelling, but apparently what they do, the algorithm likes, and it just ships everything out.
Or it's incredibly relevant to the audience,
yeah,
and that's why it catches on.
Yeah, so it's like, so I think that's going to happen with longer formats as well, or we're just going to see filmmakers doing short films, but like 500 a year based on this. So, and you can do, if you want to do it like in a traditional way, that's, I think it's more, it depends on like the actual creator, how it's going to come out. Because today everything is so controlled. It's like you ask for the money, you know, whoever, if it's a big studio, if it's government funded, whatever it is, there's always someone deciding if they're going to give you the money or not. But if you can do this for yourself and you do know what your followers like, you are in control. So it's definitely democratizing the entire film workflow.
Yeah, we've already seen that actually. We've talked to a few different studio owners who are basically creating creating IP and testing it on TikTok and Instagram and seeing if that gains a following, and then creating the content or the show based on the following of that IP. So it's very interesting.
I thought I had thought about this a lot. I'm sorry, I'm just in a constant like state of shock here today. But I just realized, if you're, I have, for instance, colleagues here from the Göteborg Film Festival. If you're curating a major festival, you will be inundated in submissions. And that's not like, you know, for the people who are programming festivals, even just with the production boom of like traditional feature films, it was impossible to stay on top. Nobody who worked with watching films for a living had time to see them all, even now. And people who read scripts for a living, like we all know that AI tools have been used for a long time at agencies and in other places because it's just physically impossible to read that many scripts. And I do worry about, I mean, I see that curation has a role, but how do you curate when vaguely similar, almost great stuff is going to be everywhere?
It's going to be a strange answer. But you have AI help you with that. And here's what I mean by that. So obviously these algorithms online, like for example, YouTube's algorithm, TikTok, any social platform is using an artificial intelligence algorithm to put content that is relevant to you as, you know, the consumer in front of you. And so I would say it's going to be very, very important for curators to make sure that their algorithms, whether it's an algorithm they create or one that they subscribe to in a platform, is fine-tuned for the types of stories that they want to curate.
Yeah. I've been very happy today to see people in the audience who are based not in Stockholm or Gothenburg or even Malmö. Because it seems to me that one of the aspects is that you're going to be able to be based anywhere. You don't have to be close to the gatekeepers. And then your market is everywhere. And then again, and that's fantastic. But then, for instance, Thomas, what will happen with your company? What do you see happening with the services that you provide?
I will do a lot more in the same time that I do now. I mean, I actually spoke to Andres, DP, that is in the audience today, just before this, and my reflection as a business owner is obviously what kind of work will I do or AI do, and take a big feature film, commercial, TV series, whatever it is, when you want to rotoscope, which is basically by hand extracting a person, an object from a screen when you don't use green screen. Today, that is shipped to low-cost labor money countries. So let's say you have these huge companies in India, and all they do is actually manually extracting, moving parts of an image, and it's been quite successful. You have some really good companies doing that. That is the first thing that I won't pay for, because AI is already starting to replace that. So that's where I would be worried if I ran a business like that today. However, my business is based on me as a person, and people trust me and my work and what I do. And that's probably not going to change, I hope, because sure, there's an AI that can do the work that I do, partly, but at the same time, you need someone to communicate with who kind of knows how to do the craft. And it's probably easier to ask me, can you do this? And then you ask me to do that 10 times in a day, instead of today I could just do that task for the entire of the day, for example. So that I think it's just gonna, it's like everything. If you look at computer power, you talk about rendering times in full CG. The rendering time has been consistent for 30 years, since it was digitalized and you started creating images with computers. And every time there is a new Intel processor coming out, you just start rendering more. So you still wait the same amount of hours. It's just that you get a better picture. I think it's going to be the same here. It's like, oh, we can do all of this in one day now. Let's do it.
We haven't historically seen a lot of like big genre, like a big, let's say, sci-fi epics from Valand students for structural reasons. But now, of course, there's no reason not to, and that's fascinating. So let's take a couple of audience questions, and remember, we can talk to each other also later in the day. Who would like to begin? We have a question up there. Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I'm an artist and using these AI tools, and I'm also getting into filmmaking, but not just with AI tools. And I've had something also similarly to you with that Wes Anderson trailer. I've had something go super viral, and then it kind of gets stripped of like authorial voice. I feel like people start quote tweeting and being like, "Wow, AI made this." And it becomes part of this. People quoted. People were talking on your trailer like, "Oh, it's over for Hollywood. It's over for filmmakers," when really, like, obviously, this is something that you've created. But it becomes a part of this kind of hype cycle that you yourself show venture capital, who's highly invested in this and determined to make it real. They project that it will become real, of course. I guess my question is, how does it feel to you as a creative person who worked on these things to also immediately, as you make something, have your work on it be devalued in that way, as a part of hype and venture capital stuff?
Thank you. Great question. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very human experience at this point. You're, like I said, you're a director. You are taking the output from these tools and trying to figure out creatively how to mash them together, and that absolutely gets lost on headlines. And I think obviously whenever you can spin things in a negative way, it tends to get more clicks. It's less interesting to say AI filmmaker used tools and had a back and forth creative process that was a little frustrating and like annoying in some parts, but ultimately put something that's kind of mediocre together that people liked. I think like that's the real story, but it doesn't get people clicking headlines compared to is this the death of Hollywood? Let's watch the film to find out. So it's a very weird experience, I think. Going viral not only as for your work, but also as something that signifies, what the media would be construing as like the death of a creative medium. And I just don't believe that to be true.
Yeah, especially since you're literally working in it. It's very strange. Yeah. Another question, please. Yeah. One right here. Yes. Please keep waving so we can find you there. Yes, and if you can send keep waving so we can send the microphone down. Thanks, so everybody can see where it's going. Thank you very much. Yes.
Hi. So with every software being behind, like the open source softwares being behind a paywall at the moment, do you think somewhere in the future everything will be collected in one software where you can use the motion capture and put that into, let's say, your runway model or the software to combine that? Do you think that will happen sometime in the future?
Yeah.
Or is there a software or a workflow where you can take all these steps and just streamline them?
Right, there's definitely quite a few brands that are trying to be that. Runway is probably the most identifiable, that, you know, they have this entire suite of AI tools that they're trying to create kind of an online editor where you can blend all these things together. They don't have every step of the process at this point, so they are not that. And, you know, I think we might assume that a company like Adobe might be that as well. But it doesn't seem like they are emerging, at least at this point, as leaders specifically in that space. And so, yes, I would say that there are companies that are working towards this, but I wouldn't imagine within the next 2 years or so that we would see kind of an all-in-one platform. I think you're going to have to daisy chain a bunch of tools together, which is a very normal filmmaking experience, you know, to you know, subscribe or to use, you know, multiple softwares, and, you know, it feels like you're hacking these things together, and then the end result looks, you know, hopefully pretty cool. So, you know, I think that's just going to be a part of it for now.
Linda?
It's not something directly connected to this, but I'm thinking about the tsunami of tools that you were talking about, that you saw the tsunami of possibilities and democratization of producing images. I'm thinking a lot about the filmmaker's responsibility of what images are we sending out, what impact do they have, and also I'm thinking about everyone receiving this many moving images. And I think about visual literacy. How do we actually equip people, not only the film audience, but people, to actually understand when we in our own business maybe don't even understand what we see. Yeah. So for me it becomes also a matter of another kind of education for the people in our countries.
Ironically, maybe, and that's a kind of storytelling that we in the film industry are going to have to make, because we're going to understand it early. So part of our mission is going to have to take responsibility for the democracy aspects of this, and just like teaching citizens how to engage with at least the products of these tools. We're obviously running out of time, which is just, we could talk for hours, you know, in every constellation. But if each of you says one more thing on the topic of how will our work be changed, or what do we need to learn? Shelby, what have you been thinking about?
Oh, how will our work change?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're equipped with new possibilities. I mean, without having to learn Nuke and Houdini and all these really intense softwares, we can create amazing work that maybe we wouldn't have been able to before. And so I think that's just very empowering to me. So,
yeah. What about you, Caleb?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, hopefully to everyone in this room and anyone watching the video online, that you now have the power to tell the stories that you were always inspired to create. And so, you know, with that childlike wonder, begin to explore these tools. And, you know, you don't have to convince a billionaire to give you money. You actually can do it with just a few dollars and some creativity. And I find that to be very inspiring.
Yeah. Some people were here in the room are thinking, yeah, or convince some film funders in this very building. Yeah, no, you don't. What if you don't have to do that? What about you, Thomas?
I mean, what you said is kind of what I want to say. No, it's more like, I think this is another reflection. It's going to probably put some pressure on, say, Foundry or Autodesk, because basically you're going to have new softwares competing with these really expensive softwares. Like I am also teaching Nuke to students, for example, and I mean it's an extremely complex tool if you don't know it. And all of a sudden, if you don't need that tool, what's going to happen? I think they need to adapt. So probably prices are going to drop on the expensive softwares as well.
That's fascinating. And Linda, final word.
I was thinking about, you had a question about the work market, how it will change. And one of the things I've been thinking about, the work market would change a lot for dead people. Because obviously we see ideas emerging where you discuss how to engage actors who have been dead for a long time in new material. We are used to see old films. We know the people are dead, but we know that they have also agreed to record these images. But suddenly these new opportunities happen, and I'm thinking a lot about what does that mean?
Yeah, that's we're going to follow up on that a little bit, I think, later in the day. At this point, I think we say thank you very much, Caleb Ward, Shelby Ward, Linda Särner, and Thomas Wall. Thank you very much. So I'm going to do one more thing before lunch, and the one more thing we do before lunch is just let's ask ourselves the reflection question again. Please get out your phones, and can I have the Menti screen? And if you could just based on what we've talked so far, what are you thinking now about film and AI? And I remind you that you can also use, if you don't want your answer to be visible or you need more words, you can just write it in the Q&A box. Och det går så självklart jättebra att skriva på svenska. Vad tänker ni just nu? Ja, det börjar bra. Läskigt, ja. Hopplös. Anpassa bolag. Mind blown. Dystopiskt. Fortsätt gärna med detta. Skicka oss Q&A-frågor. Vi tar lunch i en timme så ses vi. Tack så mycket. And talking about hearing, we have had kind, patient complaints about the level of talking in the room. And I just want to remind you that you may think that you can speak quietly with the person next to you, but you don't hear, like you're deafer than you think, so you're louder than you think. This is true for everybody who's over 30 years old. And unfortunately, that means that the people who are sitting around you cannot hear the stage properly. So I'm going to have to ask you, even though you're bursting with comments and emotions, to please write them down and save them for the breaks, for the Q&A function in Menti, or for audience questions, because otherwise it's just making it really difficult for everybody to participate. Okay. And I say this also as somebody who's kind of deaf and can no longer sit in the back. So, yes. Our next speaker is also not here in person because she is in fact in Kiev in Ukraine. And I'm going to read you this whole bio because I think it's important to understand sort of the depth with which she's engaging with the ethical perspectives of the work. Anna Bulakh is Head of Ethics and Partnerships at Refuge, which is an Emmy-awarded voice cloning technology based in Ukraine. Anna is a former policy advisor at Reface, which is an AI-powered synthetic media app, and a tech co-founder of the counter-disinformation tool Capture. That's counter-disinformation, to be clear, not disinformation, it's the opposite, okay, which was funded by the Startup Wise Guys Accelerator program. Anna is a member of the Committee on AI at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and has 11 years of experience in security and defense policies, technologies, and resilience building. She's a former research fellow at the International Center for Defense and Security in Tallinn and Prague Security Studies Institute. She has also been advising major Ukrainian companies on resilience building as part of the hybrid warfare task force at the Kiev School of Economics. Here today to speak to us about Refuge, welcome Anna Bulakh.
Yes, hi, thank you. I hope you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, great. And you see my slides, right?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you all, even though through like many kilometers between us, though we are all in Europe. Yes, I'm head of ethics and partnerships at Refuge, the Emmy awarded voice cloning technology. We reproduced voice of Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader voice, and received Emmy Award for Nixon in 2019 for a special project. And there are many great projects, but let's speak today about some important definitions. I think that you see and read in many news and media coverages what is actually deepfake, what is synthetic media, and what is generative AI. And what's important for me to deliver to you today is that deepfake, by terminology, is digital content that is AI manipulated with intent to manipulate someone's attention and perception of information. So the intent, it's really core here. That's why the next definition, synthetic media, is actually where all AI companies are working today. That is general definition of digital content that is text, image, video, and audio created or manipulated by AI. And generative AI already includes language models. I think it's important to sometimes to go back and redefine definitions, because that's how European Union is defining them, and European Union will be the first regulatory body that will be releasing regulation in upcoming years. So just about definitions, okay, but how it works in practice. And I wanted to introduce you to Refuge, where I work as the head of ethics and partnerships. And Refuge is a voice cloning technology. So what it means that we can take from 2 minutes to 30 minutes of your recordings of your voice and recreate your voice. And then another person will drive that voice in real time or offline. So right now I would like to ask to demonstrate that video that I've sent to organizers, and you will see this interesting, even promotional video, but it will provide you some insights of which areas this technology can be used. Of course, it's mainly entertainment, but we already expanded to healthcare and cybersecurity. But entertainment is where this technology is mainly used. So I will ask to play this video right now, and then afterwards I will explain all other details.
You trust me?
I trust you.
Now open your eyes.
I am flying. Jack? Leo? Jack, fuck!
Just trust me.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's okay. Alright? Things don't always go as planned. Sometimes scripts are adjusted right on set.
It'll take weeks!
It's just a voiceover of the character. It's gonna get way worse than this. So let's start with a simple voiceover of 350 NPCs. And then, you'll voice the entire game world. Well, these tasks were trivial. Here's a better one for you.
It's healthy. Just mix it with a blender.
Come on, don't cry. Just dub it and keep going.
Is that the right direction?
Bon, 有钱钱，我们在另一边。
Qu'est-ce qui passe-t-il? Est-ce que quelqu'un lit la lata?
Подивіться уважно, це ж ефіопський.
Don't you just love spending months of your life doing cartoon and film localization?
No, please. No.
You better get started. It's okay. Dub it as many times as needed. You still have time. It's not due until tomorrow. Just listen.
Here's Johnny!
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, that's all right. Let's just give him a hand. It's easy. Just use Respeecher. Choose the voices you like, not just human, by the way. Convert your or your actor's nuanced vocal performance to a new voice, or just type what you want to be said. Export the results and use them in your project. If you need to replicate the voice of a particular person with their consent, we got you covered. Check respeecher.com, register and get a free trial. By the way, we use Respeecher to help create this very promo.
Yeah, as well as a bunch of other famous projects.
You should try Respeecher. You might win an Oscar, but we can't guarantee it.
Well, it was me.
Voicing this promo all along, but we can't guarantee it.
As you can see and hear, that one voice actor can perform in many other voices, and it's about scaling performance of voice actor, because your voice can be attached to only one person. For example, it's my voice today in here right now speaking to you, but I can perform as I'm performing right now in many other voices, female, male, and kids' voices, and also animals. But let's talk about how the technology is evolving. And today it's real time. And we have already achieved a real-time conversion. What it means that right now it's not only offline conversion. What I mean conversion is when I speak and convert to other voice, is when I can speak right now on a Zoom and can be converted in real time. So it's possible already what we are doing. Near future. So you may have heard a lot of conversations about voice synthesis, but there's two definitions. It's speech-to-speech and text-to-speech. And speech-to-speech is exactly what you've seen on this video before, when one person speaks and converts into other person's voice. And text-to-speech when input is text and then it's recreated into audio. So the problem with that is natural performance, intonations, and that's a next step for technology. And it also creates a lot of sensitive topics about replacing a lot of jobs. But again, in our speech, we're focusing mainly on voice-to-speech. And key factors that actually stop, or I would not say stop, but create guidelines and frameworks and for future development of those technologies, actually this as so-called ethics and regulations. And we as a companies actually require regulations, and I will explain it a little bit later how we influence as well, how we advocate for the best practices to be adopted in this space. So what are the risks and challenges in generative AI, and especially in audio and voice? The first one is, of course, manipulation and misinformation. There are many ways when this technology can be used, when voice of one particular person can be stolen and then impersonate the person with the technology. Second is, of course, privacy and confidentiality. The likeness protection is one of the core issues today in discussion of this technology. And authenticity, that is ethics. For me, ethics, it's not philosophy. For me, ethics is about safety and protection of someone's identity, and protection of trust in technology, and also protection of trust in information. So when we cross this red line of leaving the trust behind the door, and when we lose the trust, that's where the danger begins and becomes. And you may have heard and read this book about Facebook, how it grew, and that old era of Silicon Valley, how all technologies have been rapidly growing in previous 10 years. And the motto of that growth was always move fast and break things. In AI era, it's a bit different because society is already more grown up, understanding technologies and how they affect society. So the approach right now, even among startups, even among small companies, middle growth companies on AI, and even among big tech, we take approach, move fast and don't break things. Of course, it's really easy to say, but it's really difficult to do. So what we are doing. And here is my framework taken from security and defense policies, how we are measuring the impact of our technology on several layers and several levels. And it's basically how you will understand how AI regulation is built. So first, it's how does our technology impact society and perception of technology? Because perception of technology, it's about how we are all adopting it in entertainment industry, in all other industries. And the core questions, of course, are what is regulation and how we can work around it? And if there is no regulation, what should we do about it? And second, it's when we are taken on board, especially in Refuge, any project, it's me who is evaluating its impact on our business reputation. For instance, a client comes and says, I want to clone this voice of a deceased person. And I'm saying, okay, you have to go to our family member, to real estate, to estate owners or to copyright owners to provide us a permission for this voice. Then we can move on and recreate this voice. And the third, it's of course impact on us as all individuals, because our privacy and our biometric data is used recreating. And it's really core at how we look at the technology. And I wanted to give you a brief intro to how regulations today are built in this space. And actually, some of the regulations are answering those questions and some do not. So when we look at European Union regulation, we'll see a top-down approach with core values of protecting human rights. And in generative AI, that's why I wanted to introduce you in the beginning to those definitions, because AI Act and EU regulation introduce all synthetic media and language model in one terminology of generative AI. And what that requires us to do is actually label the content. So when something is AI generated, we have to add all metadata or watermarking to that. We have to ensure also that all data that we use for base models, and what I mean by base models is our core technology that we train it on copyrighted data. So I wanted to elaborate on that how we work at Refuge. For example, if you come to us and you require, and you ask us to train your voice, we do not train our core technology on your voice data. So we train for you a voice model, we deliver it to you, and your AI voice model belongs to you, not the companies that created it. And it's something that we have been promoting and advocating for the past around since 2018, and we that's actually what provided us access to those best partners and delivering high Hollywood A-list movies and working with A-list actors. That's we are really focusing that owner of a voice is owner of AI model. And as you see in EU regulation, the copyright framework is focused mainly on the baseline models, but it does not actually protect likeness. That is a loophole right now in EU regulation. That's something to be dealt with in the future. So, and there is another model that is US regulation. It's based on public-private partnership, where there is no top-down approach. There is a public-private partnership between government and companies. There are already 8 voluntary commitments that companies took upon, and they iterating and trying to implement. And what does it mean, like best practices, voluntary commitments? It's, for example, because those can be grand words, but what does it mean in practice? Let's say about labeling. We are part of content authenticity initiative with Adobe, and we are the first audio companies that implemented that, and it's industry initiative. It's provenance that we include watermarking in all our audio digital files, and it will show that this particular audio file is created by a speaker. And when public-private partnership builds, it expects that when regulation will come into place, that companies will be able to deliver something technical to protect this technology. And this is really big gap between regulation and reality. And there UK framework, and how it's different from US and European Union is that they're making inductive approach. What it means that every existing legislation, for example, copyright or IP protection, will have some changes in the separate legislations, and there also won't be in the upcoming future any top-down approach. So summing up, this slide is about how technologies today in tech companies are highly responsible for what they're releasing on the market, that they're responsible to introduce more initiatives and provide more standards on the market, new standards, for example, labeling and watermarking, and reviewing the models or copyright, and stop being in this waiting position from regulators. And my last slide today is about how we in companies do it. So this slide is about initiatives that I brought Refuge into for the past 1 year. And it's about those initiatives where we introduce those best practices and those suggestions for regulation that can work really in industry. And of course, as I mentioned, it's partnership on AI and content. I mentioned already content authenticity initiative with Adobe, that is digital watermarking. But with partnership on AI, that is first in the list, it's about creating clear guidelines. What is responsible use of synthetic media? It's also a digital entertainment group based in US, when we work directly with studios that are in close connection with actors. How do we provide our expertise to those actors that want to use artificial intelligence, for example, into scaling their voice? And you know, today's writer strike and actor strike, so we work closely with that. It's also privacy, and that is of one group, but also what is interesting that companies today also collaborate between each other to provide journalists with our help, and we deliver kind of parts of our team to help journalists to debunk some deepfakes, audio deepfakes that can come public in media or social media. So we have 24 hours in our deepfake rapid response force from Witness. It's also US-based network, and we help to debunk those deepfakes. Yeah, sorry. So I would say that did you hear my last words? Or okay, so I would say that in today's world of synthetic media, deepfake, generative AI, you will have a lot of terminology on your hand, but it's about to understand with whom you will work, with which companies you would like to work, and how much of efforts those companies put into those exact ethical safety initiatives, self-regulatory initiatives before regulation will come on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That was fascinating. I would like at this point to invite with me onto the stage Jan Blomgren and Christina Wainikka. So we're going to have a conversation here now, following up on Anna's talk. And then, of course, you're welcome to stay with us if you have the opportunity. Yes. Let's see now. We are muted and. Yes. Let's see if we can get Anna back for the panel part as well. But what we're going to talk about here today. Now, I want to say also we still have you in the massive screen behind us, but now we also have you in front of us so that we can look at you in a more natural way. So joining me now on the stage is Jan Blomgren, who is an executive producer. He is also up until very recently the CEO of Art & Bob, which is a production company, and he's the chair of the film and drama section within the Film and TV Producers Association here in Sweden. Christina Wainikka is an associate professor of civil law and a policy expert for immaterial property rights in Swedish enterprise, which is Svenskt Näringsliv for the Swedes in the room. So what we're going to talk about a little bit now, inevitably, is, of course, all the AI issues that we have heard, but I would like us really to try in a focused way to begin with the ethics and the legal questions around. And I think maybe my first question actually is, what should we be asking the companies or services that we try to work with? Let's say I'm in film. I've been very inspired today. I want to start using these tools. If I just can ask this as a first question to you, Anna, what should I be checking for if I start using an AI tool in some way in my filmmaking, ethically?
Yeah, as I mentioned, my presentation is about likeness protection. We established this particular standards and best practice that owner of a voice is owner of AI model of a voice. That is difficult to discuss sometimes, how the contracts are drafted between studios and actors, of course. And second is data usage and data acquisition. Data governance is typical word in tech world, right? How we protect the data. But it also how this data is used in training models. And I think it's highly relevant how regulations are discussed today. It's pretty easier to discuss it in, for example, in voice technology, because for us it's easier to distinguish when we take in the data of our client and train in a voice, and we have our baseline model, raw model of our core technology, and we're training it only on copyrighted material. It's kind of different for language models. That's why I would focus only on image and voice in this discussion, that we separate, and we always include in contracts that we always delete the data of our client or the person that we're training this voice for, and we don't use it elsewhere else.
Okay, so I'll see and if I can try and sort of work this out for myself, and then we'll see if it sounds about right. So if I'm using an AI tool, I need to think about how has the core model that I'm using, what has it been trained on? Has that training been ethical to begin with? What is its biases? Has that been trained on materials that they did not, that might be dubious if they have the right for, just scraped off the internet, for instance? So that's one question. Then the second question is, what happens to my data? Is my data, if I'm a customer of a company, used to train the model? I need to check for that. And then the third is, what happens to my data afterwards? So we had an audience question about this today. If what happens to, for instance, Swedish actors who will be used, for instance, in Flawless? Let's not go into the particular example, but these are very good questions to ask. And then if generative material is used, we've talked earlier about that there are some copyright issues here. Okay, does that sound about right to you? Yes. These are some starting questions. Great, thank you. So then let's see what your first reactions are to what we've heard so far. I would like, Christina was making notes, so I say we begin with you. Yes, what are you thinking, Christina?
I'm thinking quite a lot of different things, actually. And if I was going to ask a company to help me with something, I would start by asking the question, have you thought of? Because there are so many different types of questions. And if they say no, then I would actually walk out slowly. Because there are so many issues. To give one example, when we have copyright protection, what does copyright protection cover? Well, it does cover the expression that someone has given an idea, and it covers sort of the works, but it doesn't cover, for example, the way I look or the sound of my voice. That is not covered by the copyright legislation. Perhaps it should be, but it's not copyright protected as of today. And then the second thing is, when am I using something in a way that could be a problem through copyright legislation? And then secondly, we do not only talk about copyright, because suddenly we have other types of intellectual property issues arising. There was a newspaper article this weekend, someone said, I'm going to patent my voice, and from a lawyer's perspective, it's like, how?
Yeah, that's not what a patent is.
No, it's not what a patent is. So there are so many questions and such an enormous complexity.
So you raised an additional important distinction. You talked about what is currently illegal. So like using my voice, let's say my voice, I've worked on the radio for a long time. Using my voice in like an ad for something would probably possibly not be illegal then. Maybe, let's say on a general level at least, it's not protective. However, there are things that are legal that are still unethical.
Yeah.
And that's also, I might not want to do things as a filmmaker that are unethical, and my audience might not allow it, even if I tried, right?
And I must add, there are little tiny legislations like, and I say this in Swedish, lagen om namn och bildreklam. So that would stop
for advertising specifically,
for advertising specifically.
In Sweden, protected for advertising.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So as you see, there are so many bits and pieces that you really will have to investigate, which might be problematic if you want to say, I get so many new opportunities, but I can't because some boring lawyers come and say, no. And sometimes the lawyers say, perhaps yes.
Great. Jan, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's very, I wouldn't say, it's a bit neat saying that we should contact the companies and ask them. Have you tried to reach out for ChatGPT? Yeah. Or Facebook or any of them? They don't answer. So from my perspective as having run a production company, also representing production companies, I would say that it's really important for the companies themselves to write down policies. I should do it straight away for your company, regulating how do we interact with these kind of tools. I think that's really, really important because as we see now, there are possibilities and maybe a lot of positive things for us to use them in pre-production and stuff like that. But you need to be sure of how do we use them to not end up in asking you for favors to defend us in some kind of court or so. But I think that's the important thing. So, and I think this, of course, we know that this area is huge. But when it comes to the ethics, the legals, when it comes to copyright, I think we all should be really, really careful in that sense on the way we use stuff and the way we treat our own original ideas, actually. I think that's very, very important.
I heard a small case this spring that was, I think it was somebody who's pretty big in some kind of genre, literature, I'm not sure what, but self-published, but like big in that field, who had commissioned a cover for their book from an artist. They received an AI-generated work, but they didn't know. And then they put that on the book, and then they were effectively cancelled by their audience. And I was interested in this because it's whose job it is to know. Like, we need transparency norms here. It's not illegal to use tools. And I think it wasn't a copyright problem technically either. This was about the ethicalness of how those models are trained. So there is something here still about how much am I supposed to know to be able to ask the right questions. And I think Anna is on to what Anna was saying before. When the legislation isn't there, the industry norms and the transparency norms become even more important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I think I would like to stress that I think it's really important that you mark when you use when the source is AI. You should say it open up front. And I think that's really important for every company to be totally honest in every aspect. Yeah. I think that's really important.
Yes, let's keep the microphone, by the way, a little bit closer to the mouth for the deaf me's in the back.
Yeah, also.
Yes. Yeah. Did you want to come in here, Anna, on additional perspectives about these responsibilities for the end users?
Yeah. Yes, I think there is a market segregation today. It's between those B2C business to customer products that allow you to do a lot of things, but on low quality, and high-end solutions. And high-end solutions are different in how they put their resources into ethics. So I've seen it a lot because I've worked in several companies, and how it works out, because when you put really efforts into those technical tools, because like even finding out that this particular content was AI generated needs technical capabilities, like even detection. And we investing in that. We investing in watermarking, investing time in those industry standards. So it's about like choosing with whom you want to work with. And that's why studios are choosing those high-end solutions. And of course, for small digital creators, we cannot exclude that they will be using those tools that are lower quality, but they are on the market and can be abused for a lot of fraud. So we have to admit this new reality. But for entertainment industry, it's about finding your technical partner that would preserve and protect all those rights, your rights as a privacy and likeness protection, even when the copyright, when the regulation is not there. But it's about the word best practices. It's about that when industry establishes them and then provide them to policymakers to adopt in a future regulation. And AI regulation will be really different from any other regulations, because policymakers and even technological companies are not aware of those frontiers, what we are facing, because it's changing really fast.
The one thing that concerns me here, though, is that these are global services. The companies are based somewhere, but the services that they provide are functioning in so many markets. And we've seen where the regulation has been strong, for instance, in Europe and California, that has been pushing structural changes on the internet because of the GDPR rules and so on. So it's not that we are without power. In fact, we have a lot of power. But I also feel like that our protections here makes us naive. In Europe, and in particular in the Nordics, we expect that if something is sold to us, it will not be harmful. And then I go to the US and I'm like, wait, they don't regulate supplements? I'm allowed to just buy stuff that's supposed to make me healthy, and it can there can be anything in it. And I worry that this is going to be like going to a US pharmacy. Some things might be poison. So here's my naive question: if I go online and I can purchase an AI-supported service on my computer here in Sweden, will it be compliant to EU regulations? Can I trust it? Can I trust that to be legal, whatever I'm buying from them? I'm turning to you, Christina.
I'm not sure if we can trust anything, and I do think that is sort of the focus of the legislation of the AI Act that is being proposed, to actually have trustworthy AI. So that is the word that they are saying all the time. We need to be able to use AI, but it has to be trustworthy. But then another thing that you mentioned that is really complex is that the digital world doesn't really know any borders. So companies can be born global to act on an international market, but legislation, IP legislation and all other types of legislation are linked to a specific territory. So if I said things were complex, they're even worse than that, because we do have technology that doesn't know any borders, and we have legislation that is linked to territory. Can I say something else about legislation?
Go nuts.
Yes. So perhaps someone saw me picking up a digital camera. It's not very modern. It was my first digital camera, and I brought it with me. as a reminder, because I think it's important to remember things about technology and legislation. Because new technologies gives us new opportunities, so we can do new things. But at the early stages, and I would say we are at the early stages when it comes to AI, it's very difficult to see what will the consequences be. So for example, when I bought that camera, I behaved like my grandmother behaved with her first camera. So I printed the pictures and put them in albums. But now, if we look at what has changed with the digital camera, I'm quite sure we wouldn't have seen even Facebook become as popular, and we wouldn't have seen Instagram, and we wouldn't have seen Snapchat, and we wouldn't have seen TikTok, and that entire development in society without the digital camera. So it's very difficult to make the long-term effects shine through, and we are quite early, as of yet.
So there's legal work to be done on different levels, the higher the better. So we, for instance, the film industry want to affect what Sweden argues for. I'm really hoping, by the way, that the Department of Culture is still here. What Sweden argues for on the EU level, and that we have to do through our guilds and unions, primarily, and our industry organizations otherwise. But we don't actually know what to ask for. I don't feel like we've in this room have a big consensus on even what are the principles here. So the cultural work, the conversation, to figure out what the rules should be and what are even, I mean, we've never historically had to distinguish between somebody's likeness, their face, and their performance as separate categories. And now we do. Who does the work? How do we do the work? Yeah.
We all need to do the work. We need the public funders also, of course, to support us in that work. Please note. But also what I like to say is we noticed that this morning when Olle from Crazy Pictures told us about the dubbing. And immediately he was given response saying, have you thought of this about in the contract? And that's the way we work. When we start using it, we will see what kind of regulation, what kind of laws will be needed. I think we will see that as we start using the tools more frequently and in a more delicate way. As it is now, a lot of us, I would say, from my perspective, because I asked the some production companies, are you using AI? And I would say that there's not a lot of people using it at all. Some are starting using ChatGPT, of course, and that's the one. Maybe some use it for pitch documents and stuff like that. But I think we haven't seen yet what to come. It will be more frequently used, and I think the questions will arise after that, in that process, so to speak.
Christina?
Yes, and I would just to continue that, and I think often we say the legislators should step up, but even being a lawyer, I don't think that the legislator is the one who's going to run the fastest and come with the best rules if they come really early. Has anyone been to the Supreme Court in the US?
Physically, no?
Yes. No.
I love it that somebody has.
Shop, by the way. But if you walk around there, you will see that there's a symbol coming back in different places, and it's actually a little turtle. And that is as a reminder that legislation should develop slowly. And I actually think there is a point, because when cars came along, cars were really dangerous, especially for women and children. They could be so terrified if they saw cars. So in England, they came up with this rule saying that if you drive a car, you would have to have a man walking in front of the car with a little red flag. Actually true. And actually that stopped the car industry in Great Britain to develop, so that's why France and Germany came out better. And I'm a little bit scared that if we do have a legislator that is saying, I'm going to run fastest, I'm going to come with legislation before we actually see what the problems are, then I think we'll see problems.
I think it would be interesting, though, like again mentioning all of our industry organizations and guilds and unions, and also companies that are interested in this work, such as yours, Anna, to just sort of kind of get the lawyers together in a room and compare notes, because I think, you know, the directors will have had questions and issues will be coming up in just the next few months, and the screenwriters will have issues, and of course everybody is looking at these issues from their own perspective. And because we have kind of have a tradition in this industry, let's be real, before we had, you know, structural change and technology companies to be mad at, we mostly were fighting each other. And I think that we need to move past that and start to say, like, no, we have the same interest here, and let's see if there are issues that are where we have the same interests. It would be really interesting for legislators to know and for us to know. But also, when we have internal conflicts, let's see if we can sort out between producers and actors. Let's make peace within, you know, and see what if we can find principles that everybody agrees on within the industry. That would be incredibly helpful.
I agree. It's been very interesting to follow now the reports from the writer's strike in the States and what they came up with. And I think we might, that will be a very interesting pilot project to follow, to see the implementation of that. I don't know if you heard about it, someone probably knows more than me, but as far as what I understood, if you use AI in a script in a writer's room, you can't change the credits. You can't diminish the credits from the writer. You can't lower their pay. They can't be forced to use AI and stuff like that. And I think that's really interesting. I think they were really ahead of their time. Not maybe ahead, but a bit ahead of us in that, taking that conflict so strongly right now. I think that will also affect our discussion here. And I think, as you say, it's really important that the organizations within the industry start to talk to each other about this. It is huge possibilities in this, but also challenges that we have to face. So I agree totally.
This might be like a really stupid question, or actually there are no stupid questions, but this might be a strange question to you experts, but how stable is the legislation? That is to say, film projects are long. So if I now plan to use some technology that exists today, is there some risks that by the time I'm actually in production, it's going to be illegal or unethical? I'm going to have found out that I can't actually use that thing.
I have to comment on that.
Yeah.
That is so frustrating. I'm overseeing a rather big thing that we're going to do, and it's a period piece, and I'm like, in 2 years, I know that we can solve this in some better way. So it's a bit frustrating in that, in a creative way. But
so you're wishing for the technology that isn't there yet.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of worried about the opposite.
Possibilities.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, what if they take it away? Yeah. Anna, what would you say, Anna? How fast is the legislation changing, regulation changing, codes of conduct changing within the industry? Is there a risk that some of the tools that are available today will not be available to me in a year or two?
Look, there's 500 comments already on AI Act, so you would, so you can imagine how like the pace it's taken. I think here the panel already covered those core issues. It's about this accountability and transparency. And transparency is not an empty word here. And writer strike, like the final conclusions that they came up to, and they will be testing it for 3 years, that it should be really transparent when the AI is used in screenwrites. The same you can expect in actor strike. When AI is used to replicate someone's likeness, so the compensation should go to actor, but it's also, we have to look back before AI, how those contracts were shaped and how they, this relationship between actors, not A-list, but middle-level actors and studios were shaped. So it's not just a problem of AI, but how this kind of environment was built upon. And I would sum up that definitely regulation will be slower than we expect. That's why it's really essential to look into how industry is moving. And I think it's really different today, how AI industry, because generative AI is not run by big tech. Generative AI is run by emerging tech. Those are not big tech companies. And you have to understand it's a bit different environment.
than it was 10 years ago when we were so worried about disinformation in social media platforms that were run by big tech and ed tech like Google and Facebook. So we have to also admit different environment, legislations that cannot keep up with the pace, legislations that have to open up to talk to that emerging tech and big tech, and to see the outcomes of the strikes. And I love that they're happening, because look, for us as a company, introducing those best practices like requiring permission, storing the data, etc., we've been inventing it to protect technology and to protect trust between us and big studios, right? And between us and actors. And then only in 4 years, policymakers started talking about it. And even in UK right now, a copyright regulation was drafted 3 years ago. They're not that open to include any new inputs right now. So it will be highly outdated. So we have to understand the complexity of regulation.
Yeah, thank you. Christina.
Yes, and I'm just going to continue with the complexity. And you love being a lawyer, I think, these ages. But when it comes to copyright legislation, we have an incredible mess in the EU. So we have some 15 different directives implemented in 27 different ways in the member states. And between those directives, there are national rules specifically applicable for one country. So, I'm still, would say, how can you do anything at all with that legislative mess? And it is, it's really complex. And now we have implemented some new rules since the turn of the year. So now in Sweden we have a rule on parody that applies just to platforms. And if you do parody outside of platforms, we have another rule for parody.
That does not seem ideal.
No, it's not.
I realize, just to zoom in on like a really tiny example, we were talking before about like our kind of performance be protected, yes, in different ways. You just mentioned something that I thought was really important when we were talking before, about that there are actually already in place in Sweden some rules about how an actor's performance can be changed in a film that had to do with pornography. Can you just remind us what, or like with pornographic use of other film material, yes, what those rules are?
Yes, yeah. there is some specific parts of the copyright legislation that can be applicable here if we have the perception of, for example, someone being an actor in a specific scene. So there is an old case linking to the moral rights of the copyright legislation. And it was a Swedish actress, and she had said yes to be a part of a film that was sort of a little bit daring, but she didn't
Swedish sin genre.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But she didn't want to make pornography, so she said no. And the film company really wanted to have a little bit juicier version. So they made clips with some other actresses or actors and put it in the film. And that was, according to Swedish court, not allowed according to the moral rights, because her performance was put in a context where it was against the moral rights. And I think that might be a situation also when we use AI, for example.
Of course, it hasn't been tested, but it seems like a very good legal theory, I think. Yes. So, but then finding out about this, all of these rules, is a job again. I'd like to just let in some questions from the room, if you have any. Or I guess you have like 1,000, and now it's very difficult to pick one, big or small. Do you have any on your mind? Right there, I think. Was that a small? Was it a small wave? No, it was not a small wave. No. He said, I absolutely will not. Yeah. Right there. And of course, by the way, you can absolutely ask in Swedish as well. I realize this is very technical. Yes.
Yes. I just wonder, if you have made a film, how can you protect it not to be part of AI in the future?
For training, yeah. Good question. Do you, any of you have an answer?
That was a really tricky question. I think I posed it to you, but before, you mean if it's uploaded or?
No, I meant if you have produced a film and made a film and you don't want it to, in the future, to be part of any AI. I mean, as the examples we saw here before lunch, you could see that they have taken a material, you know, the AI generator have used like already made, you know, Wes Anderson, Barbie, whatever. They have chosen and used all other upphovsmäns material.
Yeah, and aesthetic at least, from,
yes.
rather than pixels, yeah.
Exactly, and then I wonder how can you in the future protect your film if you don't want to be part of AI?
I have one answer. But I'm not sure about the legal answer. One answer is that I know that some of these services now have belatedly introduced opt-out clauses, so you can actively choose to exclude material. I don't know exactly how that works, so maybe you guys know. But this is, of course, something that seems like a really cool thing to do, but maybe they should have thought of that before they scraped the entire internet. But then that's a choice you'd have to actively make.
Yes. So there are rules on opt-out possibilities, but it also leads to a more difficult question, and that is, when do you actually use a work? So let's say, for example, if you're going to use a work and have it as a base to create new works through AI, perhaps you are making copies of that work. And if you're going to make copies of a work, then you need the permission to do so. So then it would be normal copyright infringement. But on the other hand, we do have, and I definitely believe that we should have, a copyright protection that opens up to creativity, to be inspired, and so on. So how do we keep the possibilities to use other works, to open up for creativity, but not to sort of go too close to the copyright protected work? And that is $1 million question.
I think it's a really interesting question, because what we producers do and production companies, not everyone, but a lot of production companies try to invent universes that we can capitalize on for years. That's many of us try to do that, and it's really interesting when if an AI model can just take our universe and start doing spin-offs and rip-offs on what we have created.
And just saying, when you're creating worlds, there are other options. For example, trademark legislation. So in trademark legislation, you can protect not only a name or a logo, but also sounds, for example. You can protect holograms as trademarks now. So perhaps you should not only look at copyright, but also look at trademark legislation.
Which also makes it very, very clear that within your budget, you have to raise your legal costs in the future by 1,000. Yes.
Yeah, this is maybe history's most exciting time to be a filmmaker, honestly. But it might also be history's most exciting time to be an IP lawyer. So, but I have a real question about that, though, because all the time, if you watch, if you're exposed to advertising, for instance, on linear TV, or if you watch comedy shows, constantly we are making work that paraphrases the aesthetic of previous films. And I think it would be an absurd situation if we have rules that say you are allowed to place an ad very clearly in the world of some existing fiction, as long as you don't do it using this specific technology, but if you build it on a set, you're allowed. Like, that seems also wrong to me intuitively. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have, Sarah Silverman, the comedian, and a couple of others, they sued someone for training AI, and the prediction is that and the prediction is that they're going to lose. Is it settled yet, or?
It's not settled.
It's not settled, no. But the thing is, they sued some AI company because they used their way of telling jokes, telling comedy, writing scripts, and they tried to stop it. But from what I've heard, they will lose.
Yeah. Anna, do you have any perspectives on this still?
Look, we have lived in a world of observance and observing others' artwork. So it will be the most complex issue to battle in the field of AI. Before we challenge this issue, I think we're even not ready to challenge the issue of the direct threat of likeness protection. And I think sometimes in discussions we jump in 2 steps ahead before solving really basic issues. when actors come to us and they clone in their voice, and we say that we protect them because we as a company highly ethical, but there is no regulations that actually can protect them because there's defamation laws, there's some copyright laws, but we write strict contracts that the AI model belongs to them. We execute it in this particular project. We delete this data, that's all. Our voice marketplace is only from voices that we have permission for, and we actually also use moderation in our voice marketplace not to allow any sexual harassment content. And it's not usual for creative tools, not platforms. So it's interesting how we solve this likeness protection and compensation for likeness being used before we jump to this big question when someone observes your work and then as an output releases something similar or not similar, but it's highly different when it's completely your copy of your voice or impersonation or AI duplication of your likeness. So I would like to have a step back and urge everyone actually to look into that.
Yeah, so I think that's a question of urgency as well. You're right, of course. This is a really important question. But while we're working on that long term, we have to urgently solve some of these questions where the regulation is just not up to par, like likeness protection, for instance. Caleb, would you like to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean this in a very serious way. Is it already too late? And what I mean by that is the cat's out of the bag. Artificial intelligence is replicating human speech. It's replicating artwork that we create. And as the EU, as the United States, if we put regulations in place, that's fantastic, and I think we should. But, I mean, countries like China, for example, are less inclined to put those regulations. So as a global audience, if they begin to see spectacles that are more incredible than anything that we've been able to put up together up to this point, what do we do whenever, you know, putting one of those projects together in the EU or in the United States would be much more expensive compared to a project that's running on an algorithm in a country that would not have those regulations? I'm just curious.
So the question is, I mean, I guess you're suggesting that regulating some of these protections might make using the tools more expensive in these markets. At the same time, isn't cost very... Like if cost is very fluid, if I can use this face, I might as well use another face. So from that perspective, it's fixing something or removing something might not actually be as expensive as it would have been historically. It's very difficult to grapple with. I don't know, what do you say, Jan?
My reflection is, of course, that from my perspective, from where I come from, it's the original idea, it's the creative idea. I'm more looking at the protection of that, not seeing that one being copied. When we see the execution of shows using these tools, that's another thing. Of course, there's a revolution and all of that. But this is more connected to protecting the original IP, which I think is so important. That is the most important issue we have right now in Europe and in Scandinavia. And we all need to be the very, very best of producing, inventing unique IPs, because to be able to break through in this huge mass of garbage that will come out. Because we know one thing, there's too much, we can't see it, we can't see everything. So if someone succeeds in creating this fantastic idea, it has to be protected. It has to be protected.
Christina?
And the problem is that copyright does not protect ideas. Sorry.
But I didn't mean the idea. I meant the written script.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
That's where it is.
Yeah.
And the film itself.
Yes.
Or the Bible, or the,
the intellectual property.
Yes. And I do think that is important to protect what we can protect. And I was going to say something, but I forgot it.
I think we're going to open... Yeah, for just a moment, Anna. We're going to open for some broader questions. I'm going to say thank you to the panel. So I would just like some final words from you. Anna, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide you an example. If you listen to testimonials of several companies to US Senate on IP protection, Stability AI, when they introduced opt-out, 160 million users opted out in 3 months. That's a big tendency, right? So it's about providing also those tools in tech that would provide you transparency where your data is used and how it's used and how you can reclaim it. So aside of like really, I would say not philosophical, but like, you know, those questions that we cannot solve, we can solve something today. And we can reclaim ownership of data. You can work with highly ethical products. You can still optimize, you can still scale, for example, actors' performance using other voices. It's about how you communicate in outer world those narratives about technology. And then, of course, regulation will follow. But it's about this communication, these conversations that we'll build in today, which exactly narrative we want to build around technology, because technology is not going anywhere else. If we, of course, like ban it, then it will go into dark. But if we embrace it, but with specific rules, then it can be a companion.
Thank you. Christina, final words.
I remembered what I wanted to say. And I think that we can create a lot of things with AI, and you could do tons of different things. But I think that what makes us want to consume culture is what you were talking about, the quality of what is actually there, the underlying idea, what someone is trying to express with the help of AI or not. And I think that is an important key message. So why do we want to watch a film? Why do we want to go to a theater? Because we are interested in the humans behind. We are curious about the humans. And AI can help us, but can't replace it.
Jan, final words.
Use AI. Learn how to use it and use it. I think it's a fantastic tool, and it can be really, really helpful and make us all extremely efficient and professional in every way. So use it, learn it, and use it. I'm really serious there. We really should. But on the other hand, I have to say the same as you do. We also have to protect the original IPs. That's really, really important. And still, this is a message to all the public funders. Keep on funding the local producers, writers, directors to develop fantastic stuff that we can be able to keep the rights of here in the Nordics. We're a very little region in that sense, so we really need that support. It's essential. It's really essential. So, but keep an eye on the discussion about rights and stuff like that, and also organizations, directors, producers, writers, etc. Unite.
Unite. Thank you very much, Jan Blomgren, Anna Bulakh, and Christina Wainikka. Thank you. So we have 22 more minutes before I let you out into the room and to meet our exhibitors. And we're going to use that to do two things. First, I will have that Menti question again for what do you feel right now thinking about film and AI. We can have that running in the background and see if we have changed some opinions. But I'm also going to look a little bit at these questions that you've sent in along the day. And we have the opportunity now to ask some of our speakers and ask each other some of these questions. So let me just give you a moment to write, and then I will review the questions that have come in since I looked at this last. Just a moment. Yeah. So some of you have sent in relatively specific technical questions, and you will have the opportunity to speak to our experts after. And so I think I'll just save those for that. Like they are fascinating. For instance, like creating day for night is always challenging, or these kinds of what possibilities are there. But it's possible that we don't have time for that in the next 20 minutes. So do go and speak to the people with deeper experience in these softwares, because I'm also very excited to know about that. I think there have been some sort of, what should I say, funeral announcements have been sent in during the day. Bye-bye SFI, goodbye the Swedish Film Institute and all of its funding things. Would that be a bad thing or a good thing? I don't know. In some ways, if we wouldn't need money for production, that would be incredibly liberating, public funds, and those funds sure can be used for other things as well in society, so that could be actually like a positive development. It also, somebody has written, rest in peace filmmakers, 1888 to 2023, will AI or an actual artist sing at our funeral? Depressing, but a great question. So there are some things about this, and somebody did ask me in the break, could we just take 2 minutes to define what film is? And I mean, I think that's an incredibly profound question, and therefore not 2 minutes. But the more, especially in the light of the conversation we just had, when those words are so important in how they are used in the legislation, we have to ask ourselves, not just what is film, what is a piece of cinema, but what is a work? Because we have all grown up in a stable text world where, we know what a book is or a film is once it's finished. But if there are individual versions of that, how do we think of the same work? And maybe this isn't a huge problem, because in computer games, for instance, we are able to think of a computer game as a text, even though every player has a different experience of it, right? But we are very unused to thinking about film content in that way. It makes me incredibly uncomfortable, I can tell you that directly. Yet, I think it will be normalized, you guys said within years, certainly in our lifetimes. So, what has changed? What do we feel now? Artistic potential, artistic tools. Somebody very Swedish wrote, really need coffee now. Our jobs are under threat. I am so tired. It's too fast. Probably the program is moving too fast, but also the development is moving too fast. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm also feeling happy, exciting. Legacy filmmaking is over. Collaboration, confusion, revolutionary. Omfamna med omdöme, somebody wrote. Embrace, but with judgment. The big word in the middle, möjligheter, means possibilities. I think that's pretty cool, actually. That's great, yeah. Excited, confused, incredible possibilities, and possibilities is something that does return. So that's great. Okay, so just looking at some of the questions that have been asked today. Somebody asked today, said, judging especially from Sten's presentation, if it's correct that AI, and you guys as well actually, that AI will be able to generate photorealistic feature films, then we bypass on-set work. And then I wonder, what's your take on that, Kathryn? And we'll need a microphone. Where are those? Right there, yeah. So, I mean, because you're still working with sets, even though some of them are partly virtual, or fully virtual even.
Sure. I definitely think that's a possibility, and that's one route for like certain creatives who want to go that route. I think that being able to generate your own custom data, if you want to put filmmaking in the world of data and tech, the more that you can create your own data actually with these AI models, the better for you as a creator. Because another thing that people talk about in the tech world is the symbol of like maybe a snake eating its tail. And that's kind of the assumption that, like if the machine of human interaction with the AI stops or reaches a certain threshold, like the originality or the front of that snake will eat its own tail. And so I think that, again, we shouldn't be so afraid of AI taking over the craft. I think that we control what the craft is, and the more original content that we're able to create ourselves and modify with these tools, the more original the artwork is going to be. So for example, if as a creator who wants to start incorporating more of these tools into my own craft, I think that's where setting my own artistic parameters about how I use the tools, what is photographed, what isn't photographed, creating my own recipe, creating my own process for what, you know, makes my art, like what the core is. So I hope that helps kind of.
That's actually really exciting, also in the perspective of Linda was talking about before, because in many kinds of filmmaking, the process has been predetermined by the technologies. And then, you know, there are other kinds of filmmaking where maybe you don't have a script, maybe you work with devising, or, you know, you decide on the process as part of your work, and that becomes maybe part of all kinds of filmmaking in a different way now. That would be a really interesting development. You were mentioning this snake eating its own tail, and one of the ways that can happen is also mentioned in a couple of questions here, essentially that the big AI models are trained originally, of course, on material created by humans, but as AI content explodes, increasingly more and more of those training sets, certainly if they're just like scraped from the public sphere, will be created by AI, and it's becoming disconnected from the human experience. What happens then? Doesn't that diminish somehow the humanity of the work? And then we can really ask, is it even film, or at least is it even human communication? Would any of you like to come in on that? Uncomfortable? No? Maybe? So maybe the answer is what you were saying, like, no, so then work with training sets that are different, that are not like that.
Yeah, I still believe that we can drive what creativity is by it increases the importance and the value of creating and knowing which assets that you want to create from scratch. You know, whether, you know, that becomes shooting a piece of your film on film and then using the advantage of AI to shoot other pieces of it digitally, but have an AI match the film grain so that you have more flexibility, you know, in like. And I think that kind of goes back to what I was saying about, at least from an Oscar standpoint, if we use that as like a standard in the industry, the filmmaker gets to decide what category the work is in based on the intention and the process that they put into creating it. You know, you can submit your CG film as a live action film. So it's kind of fun to think about it from a from that perspective, and I think that's kind of the footing as a creative that you need to have and have strength in, and not feel insecure about when you're faced with, you know, building a creative deck and getting financing for your project, and like I would say, get to know the tools, get to know their strengths and their weaknesses, so that you can command them, and then let a producer know, let a financer know, this is how I'm going to make my film, and these are the tools I'm going to use. And sure, we can co-brand and do like a marketing campaign, but here are the limits for that. And this is where I want hands-on creativity. That would be my artistic response to that.
I actually have a kind of follow-up question here, which is if, and I mean, I'm assuming now, again, I'm not sure if I'm right, but since these, even the models that are trained on actual work by humans, the reason they have bias is that material isn't balanced. Not all voices are present, not all bodies are present, and not all cultures are present, and so on. So shouldn't that logically mean that the value of the underrepresented voices and the untold human stories and real human experiences massively rises in comparison, in a marketplace that becomes dominated by really well-executed versions of stuff that's already been made? You're all nodding now, so this is a good intuition, maybe, I don't know, Shelby?
I just agree. I think that, I think it's interesting because currently to get diverse stories, you have to prompt and direct it for more diversity at the moment, you know.
From a model, yeah.
That's just very interesting, but.
Kathy,
sure. Yeah, I want to add to what you're saying too, because I've been speaking frequently with the president of SIMTI and others in, Los Angeles about this, and we're coming up with these terms about like inclusive training and having. It's important, we feel ethically, that artists are able to be part of the model training process. And so customizing your model as an artist is really important. And then that's how you build inclusivity for like race, gender, and less represented populations, just making sure that those artists are involved in the creation of the very basis of what they're using.
Caleb.
And just to add to that, these tools really unlock storytelling opportunities for those underrepresented artists that wouldn't normally have had an opportunity to get their story out there. And I feel like that is a very good thing. And you know, our models up to this point have been trained on the stories that they've created, that a specific subsection of the global population has created up to this point. But you know, going forward, the hope would be that these tools can amplify new creative ways in which to tell underrepresented stories that we don't see coming out of mainstream Hollywood.
Yeah, varsågod.
Yeah, I was thinking about exactly this. We're talking about bias and inbuilt bias, and when we saw your example, when you prompted the generative AI to bring images of a man, and there were 4 different images of a white man, of course, and one of our researchers in Vala, Nina Mangalanayagam, she's working with the colonial heritage, the Swedish, that we don't want to speak so much about, the colony we had in the Caribbean, the San Bartolomeo. And she's working with the generative AI tools that exist now that are free to use and so on. And she asked the image generator to bring images of a woman from this time in San Bartolomeo, and there were different versions of a white woman, upper class clothing, but the story she's the person she's researching is a mixed color woman, and when she prompted mixed color woman in the generator, there were completely different images with women of color with much more skin shown and so on.
Yeah.
So I agree to train the machines and to really kind of critically work with what the machines that we're using right now, what kind of bias do they bring with us? Because when we work this quickly with these things, we might miss these critical aspects that the researchers now are working with. And she's, I think, another important way of understanding is, as some people already said here, through artistic practice investigate, and through the filmmaking investigate these tools to make visible what we don't see right now.
I think that's very correct. Let's move the microphone up there. And all of you are kind of hinting at the incredibly sort of basic but like important conceptual distinction between film generated by AI. Like, it feels like we're imagining 2 things at the same time. One is these sort of consumer-facing models where I will be able, like as a non-filmmaker, to prompt, like make my visions real. And those are very large models going to be, that are trained on sort of, they're very broad sets, let's say. And then we have, so that's sort of a film made by AI. Then we have film made with AI, where these are tools that can be used by artists in the same critical ways, more or less critical ways that we use all of the other filmmaking tools. And that seems, and what we can do in that space is significantly higher levels of control, it would seem. Yes, go right ahead. And again, by the way, Swedish also is also okay here. Yeah.
Okej, ska jag prata svenska? Var det det du sa?
Vilket som?
Nej, ja, det spelar ingen roll. Men jag tänkte faktiskt instämma lite med det som Jan Blomgren sa om vikten av att skydda det ursprungliga, liksom, om det är ett manus eller om det är någonting annat som finns liksom i grunden för det här verket. Och skälet till det är därför, det är inte liksom för att jag företräder manusförfattare, utan det är därför att det finns man brukar säga att den sändaren utav ett budskap är väldigt viktigt att veta vem det är. Och det gäller även film. Alltså man måste veta vem som är the sender. Och det är en av upphovsrätten. När man pratar upphovsrätt, många tänker pengar och krångliga kontrakt och allt sånt där. Men det här är också en grundval, att det är någonting som vårt samhälle behöver.
Ja.
Och det får man inte glömma när man pratar om AI, och man måste hela tiden hålla sig väldigt klart för sig detta. Att utan det så tappar vi liksom, ja, vi tappar greppet på något sätt om, för att man söker upp, man förstår det här är någonting som angår en och så vidare. Så att jag tycker man ska komma ihåg det. Så tänk på upphovsrätten har många olika delar.
That's very true. I'm actually going to translate some of that. You said that so that it's thinking about who is the sender of the work, who is the creator of a work, the artistic voice, protecting a script or an idea and all of these things is important not just for financial reasons and legal reasons, but also because of kind of the nature of communication is that the way we interpret the work, it really depends on who we believe is speaking. And that the context of interpretation also is connected very profoundly to this idea of there's a human intent behind this, and knowing the more you know about the speaker and the situation of the work, the more it changes what you experience from the artwork. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just building on what Susa said, as well as from Jan and Christina's paper, which I read many years ago, Christina, about IP, Nordic IP. Someone mentioned something about the relevance of the Swedish Film Institute in the response here, and I'm thinking about, you know, again building on what Susa said now about heritage, right? And now more than ever, if we are going to question the relevance of the Film Institute's role in this, you know, future going forward, as well as public funding roles and public distribution voices such as, you know, our, you know, national broadcaster, now more than ever, understanding and recognizing the heritage of Nordic IP, right? Right now, we are in a room of producers, more than we have. There are more producers here than there are actual, you know, distributors or commissioning editors. I think maybe 5. I've seen 5, right? The rest of us are creators. So recognizing the value of Nordic IP and keeping it within our jurisdiction is absolutely important. And I think we need to really discuss that because, again, it's also about the value of who's created it. As storytellers, we are representing society, right? We're representing how we see the world. And if that is mucked around in different, you know, generations or layers of technology, we wouldn't know what's history anymore. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. That is a risk, right? We don't even have Little Mermaid anymore. It belongs to Disney. It was originally Hans Christian Andersen that had that, right? So you know, this is why it's very important to go back to the original idea to see, do we have our infrastructure within our own national systems that will recognize and support that, because producers will have no choice in the end but, you know, sell it in order to keep bread on the table.
It's fantastic, thank you, yes. Let's do one more here, and then I am going to finish soon and let you out to your break and to the program. So please, let's pass down a mic, and please keep waving so that people know where it's going. Aim for the blue top in the middle. There you go. Right.
Thank you for the really interesting and inspiring seminar. I was thinking we didn't talk so much about it, but I was thinking, since we have experienced this kind of power shift before, and it's difficult to predict, but I was interested in what kind of platforms will be used for the distribution of this content. We've been talking about the possibilities of content generation, the tools, etc., but then we haven't been talking about the distribution of this content and all the algorithms that will basically generate content for me, and so on. So I'd like to just you elaborate a bit on the platforms for AI generated content.
You, me?
Or whatever,
you,
somebody who is in the panel.
Does anyone have a thought on how these will be distributed? Implicitly, of course, kind of we assume first they're going to be in our living rooms on YouTube, which, let's remember, YouTube bypassed Netflix as the biggest platform for living room television in the US this spring. So also that is true. And then the next step, when my content becomes personal, individualized, Caleb?
Yeah, so YouTube, when you look at yearly revenue, generates 5 times more income than all of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And so it already, in terms of the global population, is captivating the eyes of the world, and I would assume that existing platforms, of course, would take on these new AI-generated pieces. And actually, we saw in the news just this last week that YouTube came out with their very first generative AI app, which is encouraging their creators to use generative AI in their works. And so these existing tech companies, all of them, have gigantic teams working on generative AI projects and are very much encouraging mass audiences to consume that content and also to create content using those tools.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I also just heard this week about Spotify offering a service to their biggest podcasters to translate in their voice the podcasts into other languages. What that means, of course, is right now is Anglo podcasters into Spanish, eventually French and other languages. Very rarely do we imagine that it's going to be even Philip and Fredrik or Swedish profiles becoming global. Of course, that is also possible, but that is not the way the money is pushing at this time. So that's actually an incredibly important question. And I think of this incredibly important question, we're just going to have to leave it open because it's 3 p.m. right now. I am so happy for all of your focus and all of your whispering and thinking today. I think, I mean, I'm not speaking for SFE, I don't work here, but as this is also a building that is that has as one of its purposes to provide expertise for the industry and for the policymakers, and this is one of those fields where there are no experts beyond what everybody is learning day by day and through these kinds of conversations. And this is one of these fields where we're just going to have to solve all of this together more than anything. So thank you so much for being here and for asking questions and for taking the questions with you. Please give all of our speakers today a big hand.